Welcome, welcome to Union Hall in San Fernando for the last round of fixtures in the secondary schools cricket league, the Premiership division. It's Presentation College San Fernando up against St. Benedict's College. And news from the center is that Presentation College have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. In your company, I'm Qadir Mohammed alongside Kishav Bahadur Singh. Kishav, good morning. Welcome, how are you?
Pleasant good morning, Qadir, and to all of our viewers on Cricket 360. Lovely to have you all here on this great day of secondary schools cricket. A very important game in this league as Presentation College San Fernando will be looking to secure the title in this game once they get a victory here. And we know that in another matchup, Presentation Chaguanas is taking on Naparima College at Lewis Street, where Presentation College Chaguanas will be hoping for an upset here in order for them to secure the title. So a day in which both Pres teams will be looking to do their best and see if they can get victories.
Definitely, and Presidential College, of course, leading the standings in the Premiership division. St. Benedict's College a little bit lower placed in the table, but this game means a lot for Presentation College, both Pres, as you've mentioned. There's going to be Jason Agard taking up the attack for Pres San Fernando, the opening batsman for St. Benedict's College. On strike, Josh Telemack, and with him, Jonathan Jabor. So the standing umpires is Mr. Siudan Singh, who's presiding, and Narendra Sicharan. First delivery, wide delivery by Agard to start with. First runs on the board for St. Benedict's College comes in the form of an extra. So what are your expectations, Kisha, for today's game?
Based on the previous run of form, I'll be thinking that Presentation College San Fernando would be expecting a win here. Having won the toss, usually they would have gone into bat and set a big total, but I think their aim this game is to probably rattle St. Benedict's out for a low score and try to achieve that in a quick and efficient time. So Agard comes with another delivery here. Good movement away. Jason Agard, as we note, recently came back from the West Indies under-19 camp as a very exciting young fast bowler. I believe he also plays with Victoria in the Premiership in the club level. So very good to see young left-hand fast bowlers, Qadir. As we were noting, we actually were lamenting that when we looked at the regional series, where we need to have more left-handers in our setup from young to go into professional stage.
Yeah, most definitely. And we had a look at the surface early on, Keshav, and it looks a picture. No real cracks. There's some moisture in there, as we know, early morning moisture. So there's something for the fast bowlers to work with. And we know with when it comes to left arm seam bowling, there always that bit of swing on off, a natural swing, as we like to call it. So certainly Jason Agard will be looking to extract some of those early morning movements.
Yeah, the pitch certainly looks excellent for batting, and with this initial piece of moisture here, we had a lot of overnight rains yesterday, and that one is flicked on the leg side there by Telemack. Batsman pushing hard for one, coming back for the second, and they'll get too comfortably. But as you rightfully noted, Qadir, the pitch, I think the bowlers would be looking to exploit a bit of moisture here, because once the sun beats out that moisture, it's going to be excellent for batting.
Yeah, definitely. I've witnessed some games here previously, and some huge scores, and certainly when Presentation batted first. So this time, a different proposition, they'll be looking to pick up some early wickets with the brand new ball. And Telemack with a good start, delivery, straight delivery, and just clipped off by Josh Telemack. And a lot would be dependent on Josh Telemack for St. Benedict's College. He certainly would be a lot would be on his shoulders in terms of getting runs with the bat and setting that good tone for the rest of batting to come for the Benedict's team.
So well left there by Telemack. Very good point, Qadir, as Telemack has been essentially the leading run scorer for Benedict's, and he has a very confident, aggressive nature in his batting, as we've seen thus far in this secondary schools cricket league. He comes forward to the crease, and he doesn't mix matters. Once the ball is there to be hit, he will hit. So it's good to see him. Just watching Agard here, obviously showing respect to the young fast bowler after he has got a lot of wickets and bowled excellently in his spell this season. So just being mindful here and looking to build a long innings for his team.
This time he's back and playing. Can't get a single. So a relatively attacking field for Jason Agard, and rightly so. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point. A man on the third man boundary. Cover, mid off, mid on. Square leg or mid wicket in the form of skipper Nikhil Jalim. So a predominantly offside set field for Jason Agard. Very smooth approach and a shorter delivery. Seems to rush on to Josh Telemack. Got on to him before he could even move his bat. And very good end to the first over for Jason Agard. So at the end of it, it's 3 without loss.
Yeah, excellent short delivery there. Telemack trying to pull that one, but it seems that it just came onto him a bit quicker. So thankfully no injury to the batsman, hitting the top of the bat handle as the umpire just signaled there, because we know we have the concussion rule these days where anything that hits the batsman on the helmet has to be checked out. So good start there from Agard, and we saw the predominantly 7-2 feel, Kadir, that we have seen a lot these days in all forms of cricket in the longer version. So really and truly, bowlers have to just keep their line and lengths in accordance with where they are setting their field placings and look to get the maximum efficiency out of that setting.
Yeah, most definitely. So it's gonna be Aiden Ratcher picking up the attack from the southern end.
Ratcher also a national under-17 player, so good bit of national players in this presentation San Fernando setup. Yeah,
Aiden Ratcher certainly a very exciting young fast bowler. Has some pace about him, and he's going to be bowling to Jabo, taking strike for the first time. So 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, square leg, and a fine leg for Ratcher. Slight change to the field as they're asking the cover to come in a tad closer.
Great start from Ratcher there, on the money already. Good line and length. An interesting combination as well, Kadir, with the left arm pacer from this end and then the right arm pacer from the goalpost end on the farther side of the ground.
Yeah, and presentation college San Fernando, just taking a look at the 11. There's a lot of young promising fast bowlers. You just saw Jason Agard, Aiden Ratcher, who's operating at the moment. There's also Ricardo Chase, who bowls seam up as well. So some very good fast bowling in the lineup for presentation college San Fernando.
I think they want to maximize these conditions here, seeing that they have these pacers in their lineup. We're just getting a bit of cloud cover, no real threat of rain thus far, but these conditions will certainly be exciting for these young fast bowlers. As we noted from our revered Mr. Gordon Pear, the explanation previously about the swing and the movement of the ball with these conditions. So these young bowlers would want to exploit it here.
Yep. So Ratcher, just umpire. That's umpire Narendra Sicharan just signaling 1 for the over. And Aiden Ratcher, he generally his stock length is that back of a length delivery that just skids off this beautiful surface here at Union Hall. There we see again, this one goes past the edge. Chibor.
Excellent delivery, but no ball signal by the umpire here. So one of the concerns that we have seen over a lot of cricket recently, bowlers overstepping, and I mean, it's understandable at this stage, the young cricketers, they might make mistakes and not get every delivery exactly how they would want it, but at the same time, it's good to learn from these mistakes and ensure that they don't happen too often.
Yeah, definitely. So just pushing the front crease on this occasion. Hustling, bustling approach from Ratcher. This one is driven out to backward point region. No single on offer for Jabor.
And we saw in the regional game recently, Kadir Niall Smith winning a lot of no balls and showing the fact that even if you don't correct it at this stage, when you reach to that level, it's difficult to fix your run up and fix your, your whole momentum as a fast bowler. So better for these young bowlers to get it spot on at this point in time.
Another short delivery this time, lined on the body, well played by Jabor. Jabor, very simple approach to his batting. He seems to stand very tall. Just looking at that delivery. Not yet off the mark. That would be certainly one of his short-term goals, to get off the mark in any form of cricket. Fuller delivery. Can't beat mid-off. So at the end of a good over from Aiden Ratcher, it's a 4 without loss.
Good start from the opening pair for Presentation College. Agar with a lot of swing away from the left-handed Telemark. And then we saw in that over, young Ratcher there with back of a length and just banging the ball into the pitch, forcing the batsman to play and thankfully securing a maiden to keep the scoreboard pressure on. So early pickings yet, just 4 without loss after 2 overs. And as we said, Benedict College with the 2 of the main batters here in the opening setup, they want to just maintain that consistency and probably get their eye in for a few overs before they start to explore some more mindful shots.
It'd be interesting to see the approach Josh Telemark takes, with huge expectations on his back. So we're looking at Jason Agar again. Straight to delivery and beautifully clipped off the pads by Telemark, and he's going to pick up the first boundary of this game. A well-played shot there by young Telemark.
It's a beautiful flick off the legs there. Slightly over pitch Agar and just going down to that leg side. So giving Telemark the ability to calmly play that on that area of the field.
Straight to delivery and beautifully clipped off the pads by Telemark, and he's going to pick up the first boundary of this game. A well-played shot.
With the bad balls and respecting the good ones. Let's see what Agar replies with here.
Yeah, no change in the field from skipper Nikhil Chalim. This time it's a good delivery, better from Jason Agar, outside off some, and getting that slight movement away from the left-hander, and Telemark just rehearsing what he should have done. Fall shot induced by Jason Agar, and that's what swing bowling does. You know, you never know. As a batsman, you always want to know where your off stump is. But with swing bowling, it starts, and especially Jason Agar with the angle, he's coming back into the left-handed Telemark and is taking it away, swinging it away. He's also going to get some movement off the surface. This time he's punching through the covers, is Telemark, and definitely going to pick up 2 runs.
Good work in the outfield there. Just picking it up behind the boundary and supported by his another colleague to get it in. But very well seconded in terms of the movement from Agar. As we notice action here, he's running and he's getting the ball to move away. We haven't seen any swing into Telemark as yet, so it'll be interesting to see if he has that variety to get the in-swinger going. But the natural movement away from the left-hander with Agar's action is something that he'll be looking to exploit.
Yeah, Jason Agar would look to bring all of his experience that he has. A very young man, but he has a lot of experience recently in that West Indies under 19 camp in Antigua. So he'd certainly look to bring some of that expertise to this particular situation. A change in the field as the mid-on is coming out, and he's going into extra cover position, and the square leg is now coming a lot straighter, almost as a wideish mid-on.
That one well left by Telemark there. Just in that corridor of uncertainty and moving away. Could have easily enticed the batsman to come forward for a shot, but good judgment. I think at this point we are seeing just one field down the leg side, Kadir, in Nikhil Jalam, the skipper. So very strong, dominant offside field set for Agar. Would explain why he's keeping that line just outside off stump and trying to get Telemark to play within that region and make a mistake.
Another good delivery. This time Fuller inducing the drive. It's always going away from Telemark. But I love the approach from Jason Agard. Beautiful, smooth approach to the crease. And touching down in some good areas. Looking to get his wicket here is young Jason Agard. Had a look at him in the under 17 tournament that was played down in Trinidad. And he's bowling the new ball, and he was also coming back in the back end. Good shot from Telemark, gets past the backward point fielder and coming back for two, and able to get there quite comfortably in the end is Telemark. And he was bowling the new ball, Keshav, and he was coming back in the back end with those slow balls. He has a variety of slow balls as well, so a young man with some really good things to offer.
Yeah, seems to be a very thinking bowler, and using his variety. Look forward to see if he has that second spell later on in the innings to come back in the depth overs. Presentation, obviously, they would want him to just bowl his initial spell and probably get 4 or 5 wickets with this movement here. But good start thus far for Benedicts. Telemark, as we see, 10 from 12 already, continuing in his run-scoring manner. And Jabode yet to get off the mark, but he'll be anxious to get that first run as Racha comes in here. Again on the stumps. Jabode just fending that one off to the leg side. So no need for him to play any rash shots here as yet, Jabode, given that Telemark seems to be doing majority of the scoring. And at this point, Jabode just needs to wait for the bad balls, given that Racha is very much on target with his line and length. He's not given anything either side of the wicket to say there's much width on offer for the batsman to exploit.
I think it's pretty simple for Jabode. Just needs to get off strike. Oh, another no ball from Eden Racha, signaled by umpire Narendra Sicharan. So as we were saying, Keshav, the equation seems to be very simple for Jabode. Just look to get a single, get up the other end, and allow Josh Telemark to do the bulk of the scoring, batting in partnerships. This one played out to backward point region. No single again for Jabode.
Straight down the leg side there, Racha. That one neatly clipped off the legs, and Jabode will get his first runs on the board. Much relief for that delivery, as Telemark will be facing up to Racha here for the first time. So interesting to see how there's any change in the line and length of the bowlers. Again, good line and length there from Racha. Telemark just fending that one off.
Just a quick look at the points table as it stands before this game. Presentation College playing 7 games, winning all 7, a total of 128 points. Presentation College Shogunas played 7, won 6, 114 points. So it's really between those two teams to lift the title of the trophy at the end of this round, final round of games. St. Benedict's College, they're down at the bottom, played 7, just winning 2 games and losing 4, total of 457 points. So the equation very simple for Presentation College. San Fernando Keshav. Victory here would definitely ensure that they would be crowned new champions.
And the good thing is they don't have to worry about run rate or any other potential factors, as that one is a good delivery there again from Ratcha, just fended off by Telemark. Stifled appeal, but nothing really in it. And as you said, Fernando really just has to win. And they don't really have to win convincingly, they don't have to win by any specific margin, but once they win and get that victory, they will certainly be crowned champions. So, a very big day for them, because Presentation College San Fernando has not been in the cricketing setup for some time in terms of the dominance by Naparima College over the last few years. So it's good to see the rival school in San Fernando taking the charge here and showing that there's another school who's ready to take that mantle.
Yeah, of course, Shiva Boys, the current champions. So definitely, who go on to win this game will definitely be crowned new champions, as we didn't have secondary schools cricket for quite some time. It was before pre-COVID, and at that time Shiva Boys were the champions.
As you just know, the score in the West Indies game versus South Africa. Live in South Africa at the moment. West Indies 260 in their first innings. Brandon King with 72. Nicholas Puran with 39. Jason Holder with 36. For the South Africa bowling, pair of wickets for a few bowlers. Marco Janssen with 2. Gerald Coetzee with 2. Beyond Fortune with 2. Lungi Ngidi and Aidan Markram with 1 each, as well as Wayne Parnell. South Africa in their chase are currently 223 for 5 after 26 overs. So explosive start from South Africa. In fact, they just need 38 runs from 24 overs, Kadir. So that one seems to be lost for West Indies at this moment. But Heinrich Klaassen with a master class, as you would say, 99 not out from 53 balls. And very attacking approach here by South Africa. So West Indies not faring too well in this game, but hopefully they'll seek to recover. Seagull continues in his third over here.
Lovely looking drive from Japan. Can't beat the cover fielder, Nail Mohammed, the man at cover. So very much the same feel for Jason Agard. 2 slips, gully, backward point, third man, extra cover, mid-off, and a wideish mid-on. So Jabor just 1 from 12 deliveries.
It's a bit of a rash shot there. Just flashing that one a bit too close to the body to play that shot. So ideally would have waited for one that would have been a bit wider outside of the off stump to explore that square cut. Especially with such a heavy offside field, it will be playing in the mind of the batsman, Kadir, as in any mistake he makes can easily get an edge or go to one of the fielders if the shot is area. So a good plan from Presentation College here, trying to trap the batsman into playing into that offside with good bowling from Agard as well. As we saw in the first delivery, a nice shot from Jabor, but for no run due to good field placing. So interesting to see how he would look to capitalize in terms of getting the run rate flowing, or whether they would just look to watch out Agard, which is a bit dangerous if you give him too much of comfort. As we saw in one of the games, Nikhil Jalam, I believe, bowled about 5 overs with maidens consecutively. So we know Presentation College has a lot of spin and very consistent bowlers who can come as well.
Yeah. This time guided out to backward point. No single. So not much gaps in the offside for Jabor to really exploit. Really needs to be precise if he's to get runs in the offside. Skipper Jalim definitely asking Agard to stay outside off stump. And this time it's going away. Beautiful delivery again. Rising as well on Jabor. Beautiful swing bowling from young Jason Agard. Very bright future ahead of him. A very good prospect looking forward in Trinidad cricket. Straight to delivery, and Jabor just gets it out into the leg side. Wicketkeeper Ali does the chasing. Just a single. So a single to finish the 5th over. The end of it, 15 without loss. So the opening pair of Telemark and Jabor just nullifying both Agard and Racha at the moment. Certainly looking to put on a performance for the ages here is St. Benedict's College. And for Presentation College San Fernando, they'd be looking to add the icing on the cake in what so far has been an excellent season up to this point. But I'm sure they would not consider it an excellent season if they're not crowned champions. Would be definitely looking to cap it off with championship at the end of this game. This time it's an uppish drive and it's in the gap. 4 runs for Jabor. So slightly growing in confidence is young Jonathan Jabor. Fuller delivery, a bit wider from Racha, and he paid the price. It was a good shot from Jabor. Not a push into the offside. No run this time for Jabor. So 19 without loss so far in this game. Beautiful conditions. It's a slight cloud cover that is with us. No chance of rain. Beautiful conditions for cricket nonetheless. So Racha just pulling back the length to good effect in these previous deliveries, barring that for the very first ball. Jabor just watchful so far. How you pronounce his name? Jabor. Jabor.
Yeah, Jonathan Jabor. Yeah, that's not the principal one. Get it for the
Good hard length from Eden Racha, well watched by Jabor. Apologize to the young man, I've been calling him Jabor all morning. It's Jonathan Jabor. Just got the correct pronunciation. A touch over 3 runs so far. The run rate right at the start of this game. Short delivery. Just gets the glove out the way in time. Good end to the over from Aiden Ratchard. After 6 overs, it's 19 without loss. Looks to be Agard who's going to continue for Perez Sando. I'm sure Jason Agard and Ratcha would have been looking to pick up on a wicket by this stage. So it's good batting on the part of Josh Telemark and Jabod. It's going to be Agard once more. Josh Telemark 10 from 15 deliveries. Inducing another fall stroke from Josh Telemark. Wide delivery. Looking to punch through cover, goes past the edge. Those 2 slips and gully would definitely come into play with that ball swinging away from both left-handers for St. Benedict's College. This time, another wide delivery. And at the last moment, Telemark just pulling the bat inside, allowing it to go by. So, seeing that Ricardo Chase, the other seaming option for Perez, is going through a bit of warming up at this stage. Might be looking to introduce him very shortly. And this one is on the line of leg stump and clipped off by Telemark. It's going into the boundary rope now. Signal by umpire Singh. Just going through this on replay, Keshav. Oh, he's getting way outside off stump. I thought it was on the line of leg stump.
That's actually a very good shot there by Telemark. It shows a lot of confidence there, just stepping across and whipping it to that side, but using the gaps in the field. And Agard replies with another beautiful delivery. So I love this contest here between these young cricketers.
Yeah, that's excellent batsmanship from Josh Telemark. Just realizing.
Yes, just stepping across and whipping that one into the leg side. Only one fielder there in that short position on the leg side. So you can play with confidence knowing that even if the ball goes a bit aerial, it should go into the open gap. It's a beautiful drive into the offside, but straight into the hands of the fielder at the cover region.
Yeah, beautiful batsmanship so far from Josh Telemark. For brilliant shot, getting outside off stump. Just almost telegraphing where Agard was trying to pitch that delivery. Punching again. Can't get past the cover, the point fielder. At the end of 7 overs, St. Benedict's College being asked to bat first here at the Union Hall ground. They are 23 without loss. Some further thoughts from Kishav.
Well, certainly interesting contest setting up here. Telemark 14 from 21, Jabot 6 from 23. Two contrasting innings, Kadir, but each batsman showing that they're willing to maximize the opportunity on offer to make a lot of runs in this game, because 50 over cricket, you know, sometimes you feel scoreboard pressure and you put it on yourself. In the earlies, you might think the first 5-6 overs, if they're just 10-15 runs on the board, you know, you think that you need to increase the scoring rate. But at this point in time here, 23 without loss after 7, healthy run rate of 3.29, I think the batsman would be happy with this start and look to just continue. We'll probably reach until that 10 over mark without losing a wicket as well. And as we said before, you know, small milestones, set small goals and try to achieve that. Get to the first water break without losing a wicket. See how the opening spell of these bowlers without losing a wicket. There's an excellent delivery there from Racha again.
Yeah,
nice pace and carry.
This time Racha deciding to come over the wicket. So just changing up the angle. Just looking to push it across Jabod. Another banged in delivery from Eden Racha. If there's one thing that I would say about Eden Racha, there's one thing I'd say about Eden Racha is that I just like to see him a bit fuller with the new ball. You know, just allow that ball to get a little bit movement. Allow it, give it a chance to swing. You know, he definitely, his approach is into the surface. You know, hard lengths into the surface. But with a brand new ball, you want to be pitching it up, looking to get any swing on offer. And, you know, that would definitely aid in you getting wickets, picking up wickets up front.
Yeah, I agree with that mindset. I mean, we see it from a couple of the other fast bowlers in the local circuit with Uthman Mohammed, who likes to bang it into the pitch. Even Shannon Gabriel, you know, these bowlers with the new ball don't tend to get much movement or pitch the ball up and try to engage the batsman. But that one is edged and caught behind there. Excellent delivery from Racha. Just as we said, he should be looking to pitch the ball a bit further up. That one was a bit fuller than the initial deliveries. And again, just drawing Jabod forward, biting that edge there. As you see the replay, that one fuller in length.
Yeah, foot going nowhere from Jabod, just hanging the bat outside off stump, and a good catch by wicketkeeper Saif Ali. So first wicket on the board for Presentation College. St. Benedict's 23 for 1 after 7.4 overs. So Luke Harding, the new man for St. Benedict's College. So after that early, just after that opening burst, you know, I was just saying that they were nullifying the opening bowlers, and Racha picking up the first wicket. So just after doing the hard work, Jabod just really gave his wicket away. A nothing shot, just hanging his bat outside off stump. So Telemark and Harding with some work to do here for St. Benedict's College. And the chant from his teammates is one time Racha, one time Racha. So probably might be looking to bang this one in, and I'm not too sure. We just got to wait to see what the approach is from Eden Racha. So another left-hander in Luke Harding, very tall batsman. This one he's edging, and not going to hand. Racha really steaming to the crease, buoyed by that wicket. So work to be done here by this pair. We would really be looking to consolidate at this stage and keep the scoreboard ticking over. All three batsmen so far, all left-handers. So probably would be looking to get a right-hander in the middle there just to change up things for Benedict. So a slight change in the field. And we see Agard cheering on his fast bowling partner. Another short delivery, and Luke Harden probably beaten for pace on this occasion, just wincing in a bit of discomfort at the moment. Good gesture from Racha, just a pat on the back as they're signaling now for some attention for Luke Harden. Just seemed to be hit in the area, the unspeakables. There, and the coach of the St. Benedict's team, Mr. Amin Forgini, just assisting Luke Harding. So at the end of 8 overs, St. Benedict's College losing their first wicket. They're 23 for 1, a successful over for Aidan Racha so far, bowling 4 overs, 1 for 7. Very good returns for the young man.
It's an unfortunate situation here. We don't like to see any young player go down, whether it's due to injury or something as simple as cramps. But thankfully we have good support here in Benedict from Coach Forgini, who is also in the national setup as well. So he's been around secondary schools cricket and football for some time. I think he's in fact a stalwart in St. Benedict's at this point. You know, since my younger days, not so long ago, but still some period of time. Fortunately has been there at least a decade and more, so good support from St. Benedict's. Also to see them with the cricket inside, I recall, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Commons, Kadir. Have you ever heard about the Commons?
Commons?
Yes, the Commons is actually Benedict's initial home ground. So it's very scenic. It's down to the Laramie Bel Air region of South Trinidad, and it's a very big, expansive ground. Mat and wicket predominantly, and they used to play a lot of football matches there, big goal, and the field is actually huge in terms of getting boundaries and so on. There was always a difficult task, but you know, it's good to see them back into the cricketing setup, because I know for a while they didn't have a championship team. They only had a under 14 or under 16 depending on the season. So, you know, fortunately trying to get a resurgence going in Benedict's in terms of the players involved. And
well, some unfortunate scenes for Luke Harding, as I think he's going to be retired hurt. Unfortunately, not able to continue after taking a blow in what we describe, Keshav, as the unspeakables. No batsman really like to be hit there. And so he's leaving the field now, and I'm sure he's going to get some treatment, and I'm sure we probably would see him a bit later on in the innings for St. Benedict's College. So the new man, Jaden John, for St. Benedict's College.
It's never a pleasant situation there to be hitting that very sensitive area as we see the young man grimacing, walking off the field. A wry smile as well from the coach and the fellow students of St. Benedict's College, but thankfully, he's able to walk and should be able to recover soon enough to go back out and help his team. Telemark will look to continue in stride here as he has played very good thus far, taking advantage of the loose deliveries, flashing at a couple, and ball missing the outside edge on a few occasions, but we see a change in the field as we have a deep mid wicket now in place for that flick shot, as we saw Telemark walking across the stumps and playing convincingly to the leg side in the last over. So this one a bit wide from Egad and not taken cleanly by the keeper, so allows the batsman to come through for a single.
So another left-hander for Benedict. Yeah, Jaden John, a new man. We've seen we've seen 5 batsmen so far, Keshav, and they've all been left-handers. So a packed left-handed top order for Benedict.
I was now going to say I'm surprised they didn't send in a right hand at some point here, given the change with the injured batsman. I mean, they probably have their set lineup due to their best batters, but it's good to see a little variety and just make the bowlers work extra harder when they have to vary their line and length to suit the left-hand, right-hand combination. I think that has become a staple in cricket these days, where you see either opening pairs or even during the middle of the innings, a lot of rotation, and it just makes that game a bit more interesting, where bowlers have to think extra and they can't bowl on the same line and like every delivery, but have to change it to suit.
Yeah, right on cue. I was saying the same thing earlier. I'd like to see a a right-hander just to break up things a bit. So what this is doing is just allowing Egad and both Racha to just bowl on a spot. They don't really have to change their angle. They can basically set up for both left-handers. And so far, it's sort of working in their favor. 24 for 1 currently in the 9th over. Run rate at just 2.8 to the over. They've kept it relatively quiet, and of course picking up that wicket. Some extra bounce as it hit the surface on the way through to wicketkeeper Ali. So, as we've mentioned earlier, Keshav, a lot is dependent on Josh Telemark, and for someone who's so young and a lot is expected of him, how do you go about playing your innings when at the back of your mind your team is so dependent on you?
Well, certainly a lot of pressure on the young man, and I mean thus far for the season he's done well in terms of taking that pressure and showing his ability and his skill to use that pressure and still score runs and carry his team where they need to. I mean, despite being at the bottom of the table and experiencing difficulties in terms of getting a consistent run of victories, he has stood out for his team, and that pressure can either make or break you in some instances, as we see a nice short delivery there but signaled wide by the umpire as it was way over the head. So Egad trying to mix it up here with some of the swinging deliveries and some of the shorter ones, but Telemark doesn't seem to be too phased as John is on the striking end, but Telemark is just casual on the non-striker end, goes about his business as usual, and I think he would at this point in time be very well aware of the responsibility. You know, it takes a lot of maturity for a young man to show that he's able to shoulder his team in this side.
Oh, good delivery from Egard. Pitched up and swinging away. So still very beautiful conditions here at the Union Hall ground. Very picturesque ground. Some developments, very community-like. Seen some housing developments, and there's a lot of greenery as well. Well watched by John. At the end of 9 overs, it's 25-1.
As we see how lovely the ground looks here, I was speaking to the manager of the presentation team, and he stated that a lot of this work that has been going into the ground has been done by the parents of the cricketers and the students. And I think he averaged somewhere close to around 50 to 60,000 in terms of how much they invested to get this ground back to playing conditions, because being from South Trinidad myself, Kadiri, I would have passed next to this ground or on the Union Hall stretch almost every day. And there was a point where this ground was so overgrown with grass, you know, there was no contemplation of playing sport here again. There was football at some points, but we know football, you know, doesn't need the exact same intricacies as a cricket field. So to see such a lovely batting wicket, and just to see a turf out there in itself, would have taken a lot of time and effort and patience from these groundsmen and from these parents in terms of their investment.
Yeah, and that's a really good gesture by the parents, you know, and it's all in the development of the youngsters. Telemark over the top. Chase is giving chase and just pulling it back inside. So 2 runs to Josh Telemark. Bit of aggression shown by the young man.
Now here, the coach shouting some instructions there to Telemark not to repeat the same mistake as previous games, as it seems that sometimes he has a tendency to get a bit carried away with the aggressive shots, and we know that longer fielder has dropped back, so you wouldn't want to play that as aerial as he did before.
Yeah, and that just compounds the thoughts that we were saying about Telemark and the responsibility that he has. So definitely, I'm sure it's something that he's grown accustomed to, and he would know how he has to pace his innings, you know, to bat most of the overs for his team. Racha is going to be having other ideas about that, steaming in, fuller delivery, and Telemark just allowing it to go through. 3 slips. 3 slips, a backward point, cover point. Man on the extra cover boundary. Mid off. Well, cover. Long off.
And mid off, push back to long off after that. Shot by Telemark, so.
And a wide-ish mid on.
Well bowled and well left. We see Racha with the fuller length in the last over, and even when he got the wicket, you know, it's good to see that he's mixing it up and not just trying to bang the ball into the pitch, because once you get the batsman coming forward, it'll be easy to get a drive and probably snick an edge here.
Well, Benedict, it seems to me that they're looking to see off Racha and Jason Agard, but I want to tell you something, Keshav. There's Ricardo Chase, who is the other seaming option. There's also Nail Mohammed, who bowls some seam ups as well, a bit of medium pace. There's also Kaleem Mohammed, who bowled some off breaks. And the last game, yeah, Nikhail Jalim, the skipper, of course, with the left arm orthodox. And the last game we did here, that I certainly did here, Kaleem Mohammed was the man, was the star boy on that occasion, picking up 5 wickets for his team. So no real let up in the press bowling lineup. So it'd really be interesting to see the approach when the opening bowlers are finished. It's definitely going to be very interesting to see how Telemark and Company goes.
As I saw in that last over, Chase was actually warming up down at long off, so might be looking to come into the attack soon.
And we know in secondary schools cricket there's a stipulation where a pacer can't bowl more than 6 overs on a shot. So this is going to be Agard's last over.
And likewise from the other end, Ratcha, you'd have one more over to complete the 6th after. So probably warming up for a double change here, with Chase coming in from one end after. And I think I'd like to see the introduction of the off spinner with 2 left-handers at the crease. So maybe in the next bowling change, 1 pacer and 1 spinner from either end to just give a little variety in the bowling lineup.
Yeah, just shipping to leave, and luckily for John, it stayed down, hit the bat and went to ground. Those sort of innocuous things, could just get ahead, allow that ball to come off the back of the bat and go up in the air. Lucky for John, he's able to keep it down. Wide delivery from Agard. Full delivery and dug out by John.
He got past on the outside edge a few times, but hasn't got a wicket yet, so I'm sure he'll be looking to get a wicket in this over.
Oh, inducing a fall shot. Good delivery again from Jason Agard. We've seen predominantly Agard swinging the ball away from the left-handers. I've not really seen much come back in. So I'm not sure if it's something that he's working on, if he's trying to develop his swinger. But of course, this is a crucial developmental stage for these young players.
Yeah, I think that in swing would be a nice addition to his bowling variety at this point in time. Just have the batsman always on his feet, thinking where's the ball going to go each delivery. If the batsman gets too comfortable with the ball moving away at each point in time, it's easy to just get a bit of consistency there in terms of how the pitch is playing and how the deliveries are coming. So if one shaping back in every over might just give that little bit of difference. Probably even get a LBW, a bold. As we saw previously, batsman trying to leave alone one and taking the bottom edge of the bat. So even the ball that's not moving away but keeping straight is given some difficulty.
Ricardo Chase going through his warm-up routines. So it might not be very short before we see him. Just the wide in the over for Jason Agard. The 11 overs. St. Benedict's College 28 for 1. Relatively slow start. Watchful start from Benedict's batters.
They'd want Telemark to bat deep. not let the slow start get to him, because he being their main batsman, ideally he should last the 50 overs. So I think if Presentation College can restrict Benedict's to before 50 overs, then the game will be in their favour. However, if Benedict can bat the full 50 overs and get a decent toll, we'll have a certainly different game on our hands.
It's Ricardo Chase picking up the attack from the southern end. Aiden Ratcher, of course, bowling in 5 overs. So he's been withdrawn. And Ricardo Chase, another seam bowling option.
Ricardo Chase, a national under-19 player here, and he's been known for some aggressive fast bowling. So as you see, the keeper taking a couple steps back, in fact, from where he was for Ratcher. So maybe a sign of the pace that we're going to expect here.
Yeah, full delivery to start with. Bump ball, Khalid Mohammed just having a word or two. So 2 slips. Backward point. Well, it's 2 slips, a short third man, a backward point, a extra cover on the boundary, cover, mid off, mid on, and a fine leg. Some aggression from Telemac, and the man out on the sweeper boundary is not going to pull it in. 4 runs for Josh Telemac.
Lovely counter shot there. That first delivery from Chase could easily unsettle any batsman, Kadir. You know, a great yorker, like a good pace, but that one just bit outside the off stump, allowing Telemac to, you know, throw his hands at that delivery and playing it very smartly into the gap.
Yeah, just getting some width to free the arms. Josh Telemac, 18 from 27 is his score at this stage. Another pitched up delivery, and he's getting it past the cover fielder, and Mohammed can't get it as well. So back-to-back boundaries for Josh Telemac. Very good presence of mind from the young man to look to keep scoring, keep that scoreboard ticking over. So 36 for 1 score now.
It's an excellent shot as we see in the replay here. Just stepping back and across at the right time, holding his position and playing that shot, as they say sometimes, for the camera angle, you know, holding the pose before he took off for the single. So good exploitation of the gap there, as we see a fielder just shifting a bit wider to try and cover that region.
But this one comes off the edge, goes all along the ground, and they're hustling through for a single.
Excellent running there from the non-striker, and good throw as well from the slips. Just clipping the bails, well backed up by the other fielder. Good cricket all around here from these young guys.
So 2 fours and a single in the over thus far. So a change in field for the new batsman, as the fine leg is coming out and he's going into a 3rd slip. He's going into a 3rd slip, so 3 slips. Short third man, backward point. The man on the extra cover boundaries also come up. So extra cover, mid off, mid on. Yeah, and John just allowing this one to go by. 3 from 14 deliveries for Jaden John so far. Keshav, and might just be digging himself in a slight hole at this stage.
Yeah, it's just taking his time here, John. Knowing fully well that Telemac on the other side has just scored consecutive boundaries. 9 runs already in this over. No need to play any loose shots, but again, the mental pressure for a young cricketer, and knowing that he's just soaking up deliveries with dot balls. Doesn't need to be too phased at this point in time with this particular over. Can just observe how Chase is going. As you see Telemac talking to him here. And that's the end of the over from Chase. So good over for Benedict's there. And what a signal for the next over as we see a bowling change from the southern end, or the northern end as we should say, with Nikhil Jalim, the skipper from Presentation College, left arm orthodox, coming into the attack. Right as we were saying, we'd have liked to see the off spinner maybe. I mean, we know that Jalim is more than capable of bowling to either left or right, and he's certainly someone with a lot of confidence, having taken wickets for both his zone, his cool, and as well as the club he's playing for. So good opportunity for him to show his worth here, despite the batsman that's there. That one flighted down the leg side there. It's a bit of a loosener from Jalim. Umpire now signaling the wide. Be interesting to see how Teddy Mack fares here. Teddy Mack, known for his aggressive nature, and Jalim, I'm sure, will be tempting him with a bit of flight on offer. As we see the long on field already in place from his first over. That's one, a lovely delivery, and Teddy Mack showing it the right respect. If he can manage the balance between aggression and respecting the good deliveries, that's all he really needs for his game, because he's shown he has all the shots. You know, it's really just the mental concentration required.
Yeah, it's just about finding that middle ground. But I'm sure it's something that he would get accustomed to. He would learn as he go on in his cricketing career. And he's a young man with some good things to work with. This one, he's just turning this one off the pads, getting it into the gap, and getting an easy 2 runs.
He's shown some confidence of that shot where he shuffles across the stumps and plays it off his legs. And it's very easy to shuffle across, and once you miss most times, it might be dead on if you're moving into the off or middle stump region. But nice use of the wrist there from Telemac. That one is a great delivery that's passing the outside of the off stump. As we want to say a special good morning to one of our loyal viewers, Mr. Raki Sicharan from Merry Boys. He's been having an excellent season with the ball, taking wickets every game, and also making some contributions with the bat as well. So, good day to you, Rakesh. Hope you're having a good one. As the umpire signal water for this over here, and coach is just walking out to see what's going on with the players as we take a short break and come back.
Yeah, welcome back after the drinks break. After 13 overs, St. Benedict's College being asked to bat first here at Union Hall. They are 42 for 1. Josh Telemark 27 from 37. And Jaden John 3 from 13. Ricardo Chase to continue from the southern end. And this time, Chase with a good delivery, pitched up, and John fiddling outside off stump has to go, caught behind. So Benedicts lose their second wicket. Jaden John gone, caught behind. 42 for 2, Benedicts in a spot of butter.
Great breakthrough for Presentation College there, just after the water break. We know the curse of the water break, Kadir. Sometimes it's literally just a couple minutes, but that break in concentration can be so detrimental to the batting team. As we saw, John fishing for that one outside the off stump and biting the outside edge there as he was caught behind. The new batsman in, Keshav Dharamdeo.
Yeah, namesake.
So very interested to see how my namesake goes. Not often you see cricketers with that name, as we know Keshav Maharaj, who's playing for South Africa at this point in time. So,
and that's what we were speaking about earlier with John, just leaving those balls outside off stump, and he seemed to dig himself in a hole, and then just pushed at the delivery, and nothing shot again, just like the way Jabbour went, caught behind. Just pushing at that delivery, nothing on it, and offering a simple catch, regulation catch to wicketkeeper Ali. So the first time we've seen a right-hander for St. Benedict's new man, Keshav Dharamdeo. Dharamdeo in at number 6. So no sign of the retired batsman Luke Harding.
well, Bona well played in his first delivery there. Seeing the fielders looking certainly buoyed by that last wicket. Lots of support coming around from all the people on the field as well as outside the field here from the Presentation College family and friends. That's an excellent shot delivery there. We see Khalid Mohammed extremely animated. See him gesturing to the batsman there as well as Riyad Mohammed walking up. Everybody has a word for young Dharamdeo.
Yeah, it's not easy, it's difficult for these batsmen. But Josh Telemark, so far, he's been there from the start. We're in the 14th over, and he's gone on well. He's played the situation perfectly at this stage, but he just needs someone to stay there with him. A lot of chirping going on from the press boys, and why not? They're on top at this stage. And Khalid Mohammed and company really having a field day with the batsmen. A lot of banter between players.
Yes, every delivery seems to be exciting here at this point in time because the news of the new batsman coming in with a bowler such as Chase who's steaming in, you know, there's a lot of potentials for either wickets or runs here.
Well bowled from Ricardo Chase. Good area, good lines, good lengths, and he's one of those seamers that is not afraid to pitch the ball up. He has a lovely flowing action, and definitely one to look forward to. National under 19 player. currently playing with the under-19s in Premier 2 in the South Division. Goes past the edge. The appeal is going.
Got him here.
And Durham has to go another court
You see
behind.
the celebration there from the presentation team. Is that the Marcus Rashford celebration, Kadir?
Is it?
I think it looks that way.
Well, I'm sure Marcus Rashford won that. Gordon Pierre will definitely be happy about. And Durham has to go for no score. Pitched up delivery, driven outside off stump, taking the edge, and wicketkeeper Saif Ali with the easy task of completing the catch. And the pressure, and more pressure on St. Benedict's College.
And Durham doing not troubling the scorers there. Outing for a duck as we see the replay. Excellent delivery from Chase, pitching that one just a bit wider from his previous deliveries and encouraging Durham to come forward for the drive, biting the outside edge as he was caught behind. But very good setup from the young fast bowler Kadir, as most of the deliveries would have been just short of a length angle into the batsman, forcing him to play on the wicket, and that one just a tad bit wider and fuller in length, bringing him forward for that drive and getting the edge. So the entire presentation team seems to be on set with their game plan here. 42 for 3 after 14 overs, and the new batsman in is Chris Saranan, the
Chris
captain.
Saranan, the skipper of St. Benedict's College.
So Telemark would be hoping that the skipper will keep him good company here as Benedicts have to rebuild this innings. Good delivery from Jalem there. Not much turn on offer as we've seen from the previous over, but the ball is still relatively new, and the pitch also not much cracks on it to offer the spinners the bit of extra turn. So it's flighting and played straight back from Telemark there towards the car areas, just making sure that it doesn't hit us here in the commentary booth, but landed safely in between two cars. That's an excellent straight back six from Telemark, showing that he has the full range of shots there, defensive, attacking.
Yeah, excellent shot from Josh Telemark. Pitched up, and always the best option to go straight back, and picking up a maximum is Josh Telemark.
It was a convincing shot as well. Easily cleared the boundary by a few meters. This one is down the leg side from Jalem. Telemark going down his knees, looking to sweep that one. Missing out there, but just has to keep going here. 33 from 39 and a score of 49 for 3. So he really is proving once again that he's the backbone of this Benedict College batting lineup. Playing that one smartly into the offside, so
looking to
that one looks to be
sweep.
plumb. Oh, and he's got him here, challenging with the wicket. Important breakthrough, and look at the celebration here from the entire Presentation College team as we see the replay of the 6 before. An excellent wicket there for Presentation College, and that seems to have been in the making. Jalen wouldn't have been too fazed by the 6, knowing that he can get the batsman out with his bit of guys in the flight and deception. Telemark would be obviously disappointed playing that shot. No need really and truly, Kadir, after getting a 6 first ball in the over, to play that sweep shot off the middle stump, as we see again here.
Yeah, a disappointed Josh Telemark. And why not? He's looking good. He was batting well. And just a lapse in concentration cost him his wicket, young Telemark. He has to go for 33. And the St. Benedict slip into further trouble at 49 for 4. New batsman Shiva Hari Prasad. Another left-hander.
Another left-handed batsman here. I think majority of the lineup, in fact, seems to be left-handed batsmen thus far, but no sign of the injured Harding either.
Yeah, I think at this stage, it's St. Benedict's College really staring down the barrel. Yeah, 49 for 4. After that hard work. Oh, quicker delivery from Jalim. And Hari Prasad getting the bat down in time. So 2 wickets in the previous over. And now Jalim with another wicket, really breaking the back of the St. Benedict's team. And at this stage, Keshav, really a partnership is required. Tossed up delivery.
Yeah, most definitely the captain will be looking to speak to the non-striker here and just encourage him to bat long, bat deep. Only 15 overs going in this innings thus far, Kadir. So some 35 overs remaining, and that's a lot of time to bat. That's 210 deliveries, and if the batsman plays smartly, if even they get, you know, scoring not as they would like, but maybe get 150 out of those 210 deliveries, get a total of about 200 and have something to work with and defend, that would be an ideal goal. But at this point in time, again, set small missions. You know, don't look towards the 50th over yet, but look towards reaching the 20th over, the 25th over without losing another wicket, and getting small targets of 20-30 runs in that 5 to 10 over period.
Yeah, it's easier said than done, Keshav, because these Presentation College bowlers are really running in with a purpose and with their tails up, rightly so. 49 for 4 after the opening pair of Telemark and Jabbour really weathered the storm, lasting all of, I think it was 9 overs or so before the fall of the first wicket. And then after that, a concession of wickets really allowed the Benedict's team to slip into a hole. 49 for 4 after 15 overs. A lot is dependent on Chris Sadhanan now. And Keshav, you now being the coach of St. Benedict, what would you be saying to the batsmen in the middle?
Well, I'd first be looking to my captain in terms of his role and responsibility here as a leader, coming in a very crucial stage of the innings, you know, being the leader of the team here and batting that middle order, closer down to the 7th or 6th position. He would have to stabilize the innings and try to get them to a score that's at least competitive. You know, they don't want to be scuttled out here for under 100, and they also want to at least make the game into a contest. That one pitching just outside the leg, it seems, as the batsman flicked it. The umpire signaling leg byes here, so no bat on that one, but appeal from the Presentation College fielders as they are very excited about everything that either passes the bat or hits the pads at this point in time. I mean, rightfully so, you know, with all of the wickets on display, and especially how quickly they have come in the recent overs. There's a lot to still be on offer here. Oh, that's a no ball here from Chase, signaled by the umpire. Captain just talking to Hari Prasad, giving him some encouragement to be mindful of Chase, a very explosive and attacking fast bowler. 2 for 12 from 2.3 thus far. So his introduction into the bowling lineup was vital to get that breakthrough. And that one pitching outside of the off stump there Captain just flinging his arms in disgust. He just spoke with Harry Prasad, Kadir, and at this point in time, he's saying, what are you doing?
Yeah, flirting with danger. 3 slips. Waiting for any edge behind.
Yeah, the plan is certainly obvious in terms of dangling the ball outside the off stump and trying to get that edge. I mean, a very, very strong offside field. As in fact, I think I'm not seeing any fielder on the leg side. One fielder on the leg side as Jalem is just moving from by the umpire back into that short mid-wicket position. That one keeping a bit low and the keeper not holding it cleanly. Rounds down to the boundary and picked up well by Riyad Mohammed. So only 1 run by signal by the umpire there. Getting Benedict over that 50 mark, so 52 for 4. Some good pace from Chase as well, around the 75 miles per hour mark.
Credit to our producer, Mr. Jason Prasad, with speed gun on offer. Fall shot from Sutherland. And able to get a boundary, goes over the vacant third man area and picks up 4.
What do you think about that shot, Kadir, given that he's only faced just 5 deliveries and we were speaking about, you know, the role as the captain? I mean, I'm all for the aggressive intent, you know, to take the attack to the bowler, but that one seems to have been a bit rash there as it took the outside edge, in fact.
Yeah, just a shot in anger. It looked really, as Sutherland has just sat in the dugout and look at all of his top order batsmen just go in the space of maybe 4 overs, 5 overs. So he's really played a bad shot, but he's still there. Got off the mark with a touch and go boundary. Jalem to continue, 2 overs, 1 for 10 so far. Harry Prasad just turning this one into the mid-on area. So just the 1 slip, a leg slip. The 2 close catchers for Jalem, and this one goes past the edge, and the umpire is nodding his head in.
He hasn't raised his finger yet, but it seems like the batsman is also walking.
Yeah,
so
he just nodded his head in approval. As this one took the outside edge, and another catch for wicketkeeper Ali. Harry Prasad again. Here we take a look at this replay. Keshav, just talk us through this.
Jalem here flighting that one very temptingly, bringing the batsman forward, and it seems to have been a slight gap there. So I mean, obviously we don't have the advantage of Snicko on replay, but coming forward and just taking that outside edge, passing very close, it seems.
So another batsman goes out, troubling the scorers. This time Harry Prasad goes for no score, 56 for 5. No boy, no boy. So 56 for 5, the score here. New batsman is Aidan Basdale. Aidan Basdale, a new man for St. Benedict's College. 56 for 5, Keshav. What are your thoughts on the first 16.2 overs here at the Union Hall ground?
Well, unfortunately, as we know in one of those famous songs, it seems to be going all downhill from here for Benedict's College, as they're losing wickets too quickly for their liking after Telemark outing in that previous over from Jalem. You know, he was certainly the main forefront batsman for that team, and with the captain at the wicket, they'll be hoping that he can get a companion to last with him as he looks to put on a competitive total here. But certainly some dejected faces in the camp, as they seem to be a bit discouraged by the performance thus far. And Presentation College, on the other hand, seem like they are going through the motions, Kadir. You know, they seem very relaxed. They appear to be confident in every delivery. Even with that wicket, Jalem just turned around and casually jogged away as if I've got my man. Nothing new. You know, he's expecting to get wickets here on a constant. So Bastio will be mindful of that faster delivery again from Jalim.
Yeah, Nikal Jalim really taking wickets throughout the entire competition. You know, Nikal Jalim, I think in his previous game, had 5 wickets.
Good quick single there. The batsman just to rotate the strike.
Yeah, Nikal Jalim at 5 for 17 in the previous game against Vishnu Boys.
Also Brendan Boodoo with 2 for 19 in that game. Not seeing him here today.
Yeah, Brendan Boodoo not a part of the 11. They're playing 11 for this game. So Sadanan.
Seems to have something in his eye.
Yeah.
A lot of wind blowing out there. Could easily be a piece of dust or something else from the ground. But hopefully he'll be alright and able to continue. Very crucial that he can get an innings going here. What total do you think Benedict might be looking to achieve here, Kadir?
With 56 for 5. And I think only one recognized batsman that I can think of, just the skipper in Chris Sadanan. Maybe might be trying to get up to that 110 mark, I would think. But they'll have to play out of their skins to even do so. Because the Press boys have really kept the pressure on.
Also with no sign of the batsman that was timed out. Well, not timed out, but essentially
Retired
hurt. He hasn't padded up and he's sitting on the side at this point in time. So not sure if he'll return or if they'll have their full complement of batters.
Chris Sadanan is definitely capable, Keshav. I think I remember very early on in the season against St. Mary's College, I think his team were in a spot of bother and he played well. I think he scored 100. I can't remember the exact score, but I think he got 100 and really rescued the innings for his team. And they eventually went on to win that game. So it might be a similar sort of thing here if he is to do so. But of course, it's a whole different proposition coming up against this top team, this Presentation College San Fernando team. So end of a successful over for Jalim. At the end of 17, it's 58 for 5.
Chase to continue here. We'll be looking to get another wicket as he's been bowling very well thus far.
Tempted to go after that one, Chris Sadanan, and then just deciding, hey, I'm the last recognized batsman here. Let me just play it safe. Let me be a bit watchful, Keshav. Keshav, you at the stage in the wicket. You're the skipper of your team. You score 58 for 5. What would be going through your head? What would be your thought process at this stage?
I'll be constantly reminding myself of how many overs there are yet to bat. And first thing I'll be looking to do is to just get my eye in, see how the bowlers are faring, rather than playing shots too aggressive. I mean, again, that's just my nature, you know. Nothing against the batsmen who are aggressive, as we see Chris with that shot there. Playing that down to the long on region. And it seems to have gone for 4. Yeah, signal by the umpire here now. So good attacking shot there, as I was just saying, you know. Every batsman has their own personality, Kadir. So my personality when I'm at the wicket in such a position generally would be to take my time, get my eye in, you know, play within the V's, more of a genuine stroke player sort of approach. Whereas we've seen here the captain for Benedict is just playing shots at his discretion, you know. If it's there to hit, he's hitting it. So nice to see that bit of a counter attack here.
We're just pulling back the length. Chase, good bowling from him. Goes past the edge. There's been constant pressure. They've been at the batsman for the entirety of the innings so far. Just a slight change in the field. The man from short, third man, has moved out. And he's going into a mid-wicket position. So 2 slips. Our third man, backward point. Cover, extra cover on the boundary. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket. So of course these players will know each other well, and they know that Chris Sutherland is an attacking batsman. So just giving him the necessary protection, and probably would be looking to attack the non-striker whenever he gets on strike. Would be looking to attack Basdio.
Sometimes it's easy to outsmart a batsman when he's playing constantly aggressive as well, you know. At this point with the score and the runs on the board not being too damaging, there's nothing wrong giving away a couple of boundaries to set up the batsman and then maybe throw a slower ball in there or throw a shorter or fuller delivery and entice him to make that wrong shot. What I like about Chase is that he's been a bit expensive thus far, just going 3.5 overs on or around 5 runs per over in a total where the current run rate is just under 4. But he has not let that phase them, you know. We note that in the first over he bowled, in fact, from Telemark, consecutive boundaries being hit there, and yet he came back and got a couple of wickets. So sticking to his trade here. It's a good delivery again.
I'm not sure. He's holding the pose. Not sure what he's thinking. 62 for 5 after 18 overs. Chase 4 overs, 2 for 20. And Jalem is going to continue from the northern end.
Could be that he was very impressed with the defensive shot just now, could he, compared to the strokes we've seen thus far. It's a really nice cloud cover here for these cricketers as well. No real hot sun to say that they have to be toiling in the field, honestly. Very enticing to just run up and bowl and try to get the rest of these wickets, as we see 2 slips in place now for Jalem. That one tossed up, driven to the offside, but straight to the fielder. So Bastia being one of the few right-handers in the Benedict's lineup. We'll see if he can have any kind of competitive edge, as most of the batsmen have been left-handed thus far. But Jalem, with his left arm orthodox, would be certainly hopeful of getting an edge here. That one is just flicked to the leg side as a batsman push for the first, come back for the second, looking for the third, but decide against it as the throw comes in strongly.
Quicker delivery from Jalem.
We see one of those at least every over, so good variation to have. You just want to make sure it's not too predictable.
Yeah. Yeah, partnership is definitely required from here onwards. And if Sutherland can show faith in Bastia, and if Bastia can repay the skipper's faith in him, can certainly look to build a partnership I mean, try to put something competitive on the board.
Defended again by Bastio, so just playing it careful here. Doing that, that's the final delivery of Jadam's over, allowing his captain to have the strike for the next over against Chase.
So Keith Khan, booksellers and stationaries, they supply.
So we know the locations for Keith Khan's here at 14 Navet Road, San Fernando. Contact numbers 219-9580 and 219-9775, as well as 58 Frederick Street, Port of Spain. Contact numbers 625-2665 and 623-1201. Keith Khan's the suppliers of school textbooks, stationery, general books, uniforms, computer supplies, art and craft items, and much more. So definitely check them out on Facebook, as well as visit the locations at San Fernando as well as Port of Spain. Well, that's an excellent catch, and the slips there, and another wicket for Chase. He stands with a Rashford celebration again, but what a delivery as we see the replay. Getting a skipper for St. Benedict's College, and I think that one seems to be the main wicket there. Look at Riyad Mohammed, a great catch coming forward, that ball just dipping right before it reached to him, so had to keep his eyes on it all the way and had to keep his hands low down. The very techniques that they teach you in catching was seen on display there by Riyad Mohammed, and good celebration to match as well. So this ploy from Presentation College has worked to the utmost extreme, and they'll be very happy with it thus far. .64 for 6 here. Chase getting his third wicket. The injured batsman is not certain whether he'll be coming back out. Seems to have a abdominal injury there that's prevented him from running. Full of delivery from Chase, and it's Plum here. He's given out LBW. Ecstatic celebrations from Presentation College, and it seems like none of these Benedict batsmen want to come out here and face this aggressive fast bowling. What a delivery from Chase again, showing his variety. He's gotten wickets caught behind in the slips, caught by the keeper, wickets fuller up to the stumps, getting the LBW there. Dejected look from the Benedict's batsman as he walks off the field with his head bowed down, and rightfully so, his side in a state of despair at this moment. You see Mikel Mentor stepping out. Tall young man. Certainly looks like he can strike the ball a long way. Carrying one of those famous bats there as we see in the IPL. Chase 2 wickets in this over thus far for no runs. So can he complete a double wicket maiden? Or in fact probably get a third? With 2 deliveries left in this over, he'll certainly be licking his lips at the opportunity. As we know from our infamous fast bowler here, Mr. Gordon Pierre, once you get those wickets going, your blood keeps pumping, and Chase wouldn't want to give up that ball anytime soon. You know, he has 1 more delivery after this for 6 on the trot, and will be trying to see as much as he can get here to get his 5-wicket haul. This first delivery, but he came forward to it there, but the ball seems to have bounced up a bit extra at the last moment, surprising him. Well defended there by Mentor. Let's see now that last delivery from Chase is over. So a double wicket maiden there from Chase. High fives all around from his fellow teammates. And one of the things I love about this presentation College San Fernando team is the chemistry and the camaraderie on display. All of the players are certainly having a very enjoyable time, but and at the same minute showing how capable they are on the field as well. They're not letting it lapse. They're not taking everything for granted, but you know, putting their all out on the field and having fun while doing it. It's really refreshing to see youngsters enjoying cricket so much and excelling at it at the same time. Jalen will certainly want to try and better Chase there and see if he can get a wicket maiden as well. That one flighted and driven into the offside. Lovely flight again there from Jalem. I think the slower he bowls is actually even better at this point, because once you push through the ball on the surface, the ball come onto the bat nicely, but that little bit of flight will have the batsman second guessing whether to come forward or wait under the delivery. That one push through a bit and just play casually into the leg side. Very difficult to score runs here as well. This sort of bowling on the stumps in good areas, not giving anything on offer. That one well left alone. Faster ball there again from Jalem. Five dots in this over thus far. He'd want to finish strong, and does so rightfully. That one played back to the bowler, throws it back aggressively, but not harming the batsman. So maiden over there from Jalem, following the double wicket maiden from Chase. And the pressure certainly mounting here on St. Benedict's College, as they would try to see if they can get to the 25th over, ideally without losing another wicket. 4 overs away, and we've seen a lot can happen in 1 over, far less for 4, based on the previous spells we've seen thus far. So Chase going into his 6th over here, I believe. Chase. 5 overs, 4 for 20 here. First delivery just played awkwardly from Mentor into the leg side, a bit uppishly as well, and bouncing once before the fielder in that region. So, Kadiri, what do you think about Chase's opportunity to get a 5-wicket haul in the 6th over here on the trot?
Yeah, definitely Chase would be in the game. 4 for 20, but excellent spell so far. And he'd be certainly eyeing up Mentor. Mikel Mentor, not yet off the mark. 64 for 7.
A strong presence at the crease, Mentor, so interesting to see if he's going to take a aggressive intent or just be mindful and take his time to settle in. That one is full on his thumb, so seems to be going down the leg there. Umpire walks away immediately, shaking his head.
The intentions is clear from Chase.
That one a bit quicker, 79 miles per hour there. So good, accurate Yorker line delivery with some pace on it.
Yeah, Mikel Mentos definitely needs to play a good hand here for his team. Just 21.3 overs gone so far. Awkwardly played. Able to get off the mark.
Didn't seem to know where that ball went there after that shot.
Yeah.
Was caught between trying to leave alone or trying to defend. Got a bottom edge and just ended up trickling away to the leg side.
Yeah, we see keep on making a mark for the batsman. So, Presentation College San Fernando definitely in the driver's seat at this stage, and we see 3 slips and 4 slips, but staggered. Good rising delivery from Chase on a good length. Again, extracting a bit of bounce.
Batsman clearly hesitant there. Not too comfortable against Chase, and rightfully so. He's bowling really well. It's excellent rise and delivery there, Kadir.
Yeah, good aggressive stuff from young Ricardo Chase at the end of a good over for Ricardo Chase and the Presentation College San Fernando. At the end of 22 overs, it's 65 for 7. Baste Mentor trying to wrestle back some momentum for the Benedict's team. Really up against it at this stage. Chase, in particular, there we see a look at the dugout, some dejected faces from the Benedict's team. Nothing really to write home about.
They really say a picture paints 1,000 words. And our cameraman there painted the best picture possible, because that looks says it all in terms of the batting display, the performance thus far. You know, not many support or cheers coming from the camp and the tent for the Benedict's players. So they need something to get them going here. Need some sort of motivational factor to inspire them.
Yeah, they're probably wondering at this stage, where is it going to come from? Who is going to put their hands up? And Nikhil Jalim and Ricardo Chase really ripping the heart out for the Benedict's team. But I wonder what would be the message from the coaching staff of the Benedict's team. Are they looking to just bat the overs, or are they looking to get something that is going to be competitive? As you know, the Prez batting lineup is a really intimidating one, so they'll have to get runs on the board. 65 for 7. Mentor and Bastio at this stage taking a relatively subtle approach, watchful.
Yes, with 2 consecutive maidens as both of these batsmen came to the crease, and then just 1 run in the last over, no run in this over thus far. Jalem trying a new angle here. He's actually going through and around. So let's see if he gets a bit more purchase. Or there's a difference in terms of the way the ball is angled into the batsman, and probably get a drifter to come into the pads as well.
Yeah, just looking to lure him into a fall shot, tossed up delivery. Now he's coming back over the wicket.
Faster delivery again there, left alone by Mentor. So another maiden for Jalem. And as you said, Kadir, I believe the approach from Benedict at this point seems to be bat some of the overs and don't get bowled down too early, because this score, with the pattern we've seen from Presentation College, Khalid Mohammed, the aggressor, Riyad Mohammed, the person who stabilizes the innings and can bat long, I think that target can be easily achieved within 10 to 15 overs if they come and play the same way they have played in all of their home games thus far. So it's not to say that it's uncharacteristic of this Sando team. They're very strong in their batting. They're very confident regardless of the score that's on the board. And even more so knowing that this game is a championship title game, or potentially to win the title in this game, they want to get it done and dusted as fast as they can.
Yeah, so Chase, after bowling 6 on the third, he's been withdrawn. Nail Mohammed, the new man from the southern end, been a medium pace stuff, and no let up, as we've mentioned, in the Press bowling lineup. Nail Mohammed, very wicket to wicket type bowler. He has 2 slips. Well, 3 slips. Bit staggered, 2 very close. Well, there's a change now. Yeah, the slip caught in a bit staggered. Khalid Mohammed is at 1, Riyad Mohammed at 2, and Ramsaran is the 3rd slip.
Nice smooth action from Nail Mohammed. He runs up and keeps his hands very close to his chest and quick in that delivery.
Yeah, so it's all going to plan for the Presentation College San Fernando team, as it's been throughout the entire season. They've gone unbeaten so far, played 7, won all 7 games. Good areas from Nail Mohammed. Covered off uncertainty, as we call it.
As we just confirm here that South Africa beat West Indies very convincingly, winning by 4 wickets with 123 balls remaining. Heinrich Klaassen with 119 not out of just 61 deliveries, 15 fours and 5 sixes in that at a strike rate just under 200. So that's all from the ODI series, I believe, and the T20 series starts in a couple of days. So West Indies will look to regroup and come back strong there.
Yeah, we certainly hope so. So no real intent shown by Abbasdale, 3 from 22 deliveries. Mentor, 1 from 12. Where's the runs coming from at this stage? Good start from Nail Mohammed, one of the 3 Mohammeds in the playing 11 for Sando. A maiden over to start with. Score remains at 65 for 7. So new bowler from the northern end. Looks like Isa Ali. Isa Ali to take up the attack. So Mentor on strike. New bowler Ali. Just the one slip, backward point, cover point, extra cover, mid off, long on, mid wicket, leaving alone on his stumps, and a stifle appeal.
Very risky there, Kadir.
Yeah, that one just pitching outside leg. Umpire saying had nothing to do with it. And a square leg. Just three fielders on the leg side. Mentor looking to play the big shot, making no connection with this one. So Mentor looking to score off Isa Ali, maybe seeing a weak link in the attack. Don't want to call it too early. He's going from over the wicket this time. A flighty delivery, a drilled to the man at long on. Brings Basdeo on strike. Basdeo 3 from 23 deliveries.
Isa Ali seems to be here to tempt the batsman, Kadir. Lot of flighty deliveries thus far, encouraging them to play the shots.
Yeah. So the man from long on has come back up side the circle at mid on. Down the leg side, but that one just seemed to brush the tie pad on the way through to wicket keeper. So Bastio long vigil at the crease continues. All of 24 deliveries faced. Quick single in the leg side.
Good backing up there in the outfield because that one was flying. And Igad had to stoop and dive on the ground, in fact, prevent that ball running away for 4 overthrows. So let's start there from Ali. Just 2 runs in that over with flighty deliveries.
Continues, and this one is just worked through the square leg region. 2 fielders converging on it, and it's going very close to the boundary. They're able to come back for 3 runs. So Bastio gets a move on. 7 from 26 deliveries.
Yeah, I think that's the first time he's picked up some runs there apart from just the singles initially, Kadir.
Yeah. So it brings the tall, strapping figure of Mikel Mentor on strike. Definitely would want to see him use the long handle. At this stage, he's playing it smartly. He's trying to bat with Bastille, just trying to form a partnership.
I must say sometimes it's a bit anticlimactic. You know, you expect somebody with that physique of Mentor to come out aggressively and take advantage of the bowlers, but thus far he's been extremely watchful and just taking his time playing within the V's and just getting the full face of the bat to those deliveries.
This time he's guiding it out to the backward point fielder. Can't get a single.
Wide signal belatedly by the umpire there. Did look a bit wide, to be honest. Seems to have just been double checking before he sent anything.
Yeah. This one guided into the vacant third man area and a welcome boundary. Jason Egal with a belated slide, just probably looking to dirty the whites a bit.
More for football slide than a cricket slide, thinking that you would normally go with your hands outstretched at that point, but
over so far for St. Benedict's, 75 for 7. Eight runs so far, 7 off the bat, and a wide so far in the over. Just one delivery to come. Left alone by Mentor. So at the end of 26 overs, it's 75 for 7. So as the players take a quick drink, we take a quick break and we'll be back with you very shortly.
Rampasad coming in.
No, that is something out of it.
Right, I'm off break. That one a wide delivery signal by the umpire. So Fernando trying some difference in bowling attack here. We haven't seen Khalil Mohammed as yet.
Yeah.
You know, would have expected to see him with the off spin.
Yeah, all the stocks on show for Fernando.
One thing they have to be mindful of here is not stepping their foot off the gas.
Yeah.
You know, they want to make sure and keep this dominance over St. Benedict's and not allow them to accumulate runs by wide, another wide delivery here.
Yeah, Basdio adopting the watchful approach. 7 from 30 deliveries.
I see this partnership already accumulating on or around 20 runs, inclusive of extras.
Quick single and Egard. What a throw that was not troubling the stumps. But batsman able to come through for quick single. And this is the type of thing you want to see, Keshav. You're under pressure. You want to see picking up those quick singles, putting some pressure on the fielders, not allowing the bowlers just to bowl at you, but to actually apply back some pressure on them. And I think, you know, this partnership certainly would try to do that, and hopefully would build a decent competitive total in the end.
It also adds a lot of frustration to the fielding team as well. After getting about 3 or 4 wickets in a hurry, with no set of runs on the board, you know, these batsmen have spent some decent amount of time at the crease thus far. And nice drive there from Mentor. Seemed to have going for the single, but sent back by the non-striker. So Fernando would just be mindful here not to allow too much overs to go by without any wickets or any real purpose, because still 23 overs to go in this innings, and these batsmen seem to have no hurry. You know, if they can bat the full 50, they will. So it's really up to Prez to take the initiative here and try to get some wickets by being a bit more attacking with their options in the bowling.
Well, you called for it, Keshav, and we're going to see the introduction of Khalil Mohammed, the enforcer of this Prez San Fernando team. I tell you what, he's a very, very promising cricketer. Is Khalil Mohammed. I'm very impressed with him so far throughout this season. He's bowling, he's batting well, he's catching in the slips, and it's a good sign for Trinidad and Tobago's cricket. And him being at the under 19 stage at this time, you know, it shouldn't be a good addition to the pool of good under 19 cricketers that is going wrong at this time. Yeah, wide delivery to start with.
Yeah, probably just a loosener there, and as you rightfully noted, Kadir, he's a good thinking cricketer. He has a lot of ideas, and when he's batting, when he's bowling, you know, we've seen even though he's an aggressor when he's batting, he's shown that he plays proper cricketing shots. He doesn't just swing wildly or, you know, play shots that are too loose, but he plays accurate cricket strokes, gets the full flow of the bat, nice coordination, balance, and everything in his stroke play. Even when he bowls as well, you know, sometimes similar to Jalim, he has that faster delivery in his arsenal, and his flight is also used well to get the batsman to try and play some attacking shots, as we see that one flighted high there, and the batsman just fending it off. They don't seem to be taking a bait though, Kadir. They seem to just be playing a lot of forward defensives at these balls.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'd definitely be tempted to go over long mid-off and mid-on, both fielders inside the circle, and those tossed-up deliveries is ideal to just use your feet and just get it over the fielders up inside.
Even better if they can play with a straight bat.
Yeah.
Because I think the ploy at this moment seems to be frustrate the presentation college fielders, burn them in the sun, as they would say.
Yeah.
You know, and we have seen that the morale has dropped a bit. You know, the fielders who were so chirpy and had a lot to say before are suddenly going quiet, and they're just going through the motions with the overs at this point. Another forward defensive there for no run.
Yeah, the approach definitely, and the message from the Benedict's think tank is to just bat, So after 28 overs, it's 78 for 7.
And getting people cooking in the corner. That tent in the corner cooking. The big tent and enough cooking.
So Christian Rampersad to continue from the northern end. Just the running repairs for Mikel Mento. I think he's just changed his footwear. Those big size 13s.
As we see the crowd here, all the family and friends of the Presentation College Lions come out to support their team as they look to secure the title in this game.
Yeah, some happy faces there. Well done to our cameraman, Mr. Gordon Pierre. A man with a lot of shots, as he's known. Man who wears a different amount of caps. Tossed up delivery, taking the outside edge, and running down to the third man area, and just jogged through for just the 2 runs.
First time we've really seen Mentor throw his hands at any delivery there. I mean, that one understandably very wide outside the off stump and still biting the outside edge, so he's not connecting as cleanly as he would like. I'd love to see him play one over cover.
That's a difficult shot to play, Keshav.
Of course.
Very difficult shot to play. This one is tossed up outside off stump. Some purchase for Rampersad. And you know, at this stage, from our pictures here, the surface seems to be very good still, even though we've had all of 28 overs. So far, the sun beating down on it. So, you know, it's definitely going to get better for batting. But what is good is that we're getting some spin on it. Flatter delivery from Rampersad.
Indeed, if I was on the field there, Kadir, my goal would be get these batsmen out as fast as I can, because I want to go and bat on that pitch.
Yeah. Quicker delivery. Yeah, definitely. I would definitely think about bringing back one of my pacers at this stage. Probably Ratcher or even Jason Agard. Yeah, just trying to beat Mentor into playing a big shot, fall shot. So far he's thinking, he's not looking to play those expansive shots. Another tossed up delivery, slow through the air, goes past the edge. End of a good over. After 29 overs, it's 81 for 7.
I must admit the patience and resilience from these batsmen, even though they aren't scoring too frequently. You know, it's certainly admirable to see them come outside here and still occupy time at the crease, because as we see here, the cameraman getting another shot of some patrons cooking down in the corner by that tent.
Let the celebrations begin is the message from the Presentation College team as they're cooking up some lovely meals. We're getting the scent all the way over in our tent.
Yes, thankfully the breeze has just sent it downwind for us, so very excited. I hope our cameraman is rewarded with a plate after all his hard work.
Yeah, boring is the message, is the chant from the Presentation College players. Yeah, again, no intent shown by these two, and And I like your thoughts. You said it's a good thing to see young men occupy the crease. So it's good on one hand, but on the other hand, they're not looking to score. They're just looking to bat time, play out the overs, and 81 for 7 after 29 overs. Simply just not enough at this stage. Bastille 8 from 40 deliveries.
Occupying the crease is one thing, but turning over the strike is another. So probably look to get some singles in between here. Mentor having changed his footwear might be in a better position to run the quick ones. So, you know, it's just about rotating the strike and not getting too kept down with the run rate. Just angle the ball to the left or right of the fielders and get a quick single.
Yeah, look at this approach from Khalid Mohammed. He's trying something. He's going from through and over. It's wicked. So at the end of 29 overs, it's at the end of 30 overs, it's 81 for 7. Bahadur Singh has vacated his seat, and we welcome Vinod Mamchan to the crease. As this shot, we're seeing the Presentation College coaching staff.
Thanks a lot to Kevin. I think I might have just brought luck for prayers. No, away from Mohammed. And he got cleans up. So it's 81 for 7. I want to thank Kesha Bahadur Singh and, of course, the big man himself, the Merry Boy standout, Kadir Mohammed, for the work they would have done this morning as we continue to take in the action here at Union Park. Good morning. How are you, Kadir?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. And just enjoying the lovely weather in South Trinidad. And
it's really nice. It's windy. It's cool. You know, the sun is out. It's hot, but the wind has really cooled things down nicely. So Christian Rampersad, who's a very good bowler, national youth player. Number of national players on the press team, no doubt they will be front runners to take the title here.
yeah, definitely. You've seen the young, exciting Jason Agard with the brand new ball.
Then Ricardo Chase, Aaron Vracha, so that's 3 national fast bowlers right there.
Yeah.
And then you have Nikhail Jalim, who is a national spinner, as well as this young man Rampersad.
Yeah, number of national players on the press team. Tossed up delivery. And again, Basdeo not looking to score, not showing no intent. Pushes this one to mid-off. 8 from 47 deliveries. Vinod, he's just looking to occupy the crease at this stage.
Well, I don't give him wrong. And it's a situation here where he needs to occupy the crease and get a knock, because you look at the situation for St. Benedict's. They've lost 7 wickets and 1 batsman may not be able to come back. So it's basically 2 wickets to go and 19 overs still. So you can't really look to chance your hand here. If you chance your arm, well then Press could have an early lunch as well as you guys.
82 for 7. Well, definitely that's a message from the coach of the Benedict's team, Mr. Forgini. Just looking to get these guys to spend some time at the crease. Mikel Mentor.
Well, it's going to be Khalid Mohammed, a man who would not mind an early lunch. He's going to take up the attack from the southern end. And there you can see Amin Forgini. Excellent shot there by Gordon Pear. Amin Forgini, the coach of the team. I think he's rather quiet today. Normally he's very, very vocal.
Yeah, things have not gone his way. Just taking the quiet approach. This one goes past the edge.
That one drifting with the wind here. Because Khalid Mohammed is an off spinner.
Yeah, very smart operator though, is Khalid Mohammed. Playing a miss again from Mentor.
I'll tell you something. that delivery should have been punished by Mentor, but they're in such a negative frame
Yeah.
of mind.
Yeah.
They can't put away the bad balls.
Yeah, again, slow delivery through the air.
When Khalid Mohammed bowls, you feel you can get up from here and go and bat yourself and hit that ball away.
Yeah, very slow through the air, very tempting.
And look at this. He's going through and around.
True and over.
Yeah, through and over. He's gone. He's taken a wicket. Mohammed strikes. The special ball going through and over. And the catch taken by Nikhail Jalim. Jalim don't drop them. So let's have a look at that again. Here he is, through and over. I like that, Kadir. I think after all that, Mentor was confused. So he goes, and that's wicket number 8, 82 for 8.
Yeah, they've gotten themselves in a really defensive mode. That they're not able to put away the bad deliveries, and Mentor has to go for 9 from 36 deliveries.
So Mentor, he did a job. He stayed out there for quite a while. And Mohammed in his second over hasn't yet conceded a run, and he has taken a wicket.
Yeah.
What
So
a season he's having.
New man Christopher Siraj in at 10. And of course, Luke Harding, who sustained a blow early on. I don't think he's going to come back out. We're not going to see him again. So this is actually the second to last wicket for the Benedict's team. I think this performance, has really capped off an excellent season for Presentation College San Fernando. Really the icing on the cake. They've gone unbeaten so far throughout this division, and I would say deserved champions if they to complete the job in the end. So 82 for 8. A new man Siraj.
So it seems as if he's going to come back. Here's Mohammed again. Good delivery. So he's completed the second over, 2 maidens and 8 wickets down. And the player seems to be padding up again. The player who was injured earlier on. So St. Benedict's not really posting anything significant here that their bowlers might want to work with. Not a significant score at all from St. Benedict's.
Yeah, 83 for 8 was represented sort of a poor batting effort, but good bowling on the path of the Press boys. All started with Egard and Ratcha up front, and then Ricardo Chase ripping the heart out of the Benedict's middle order. Full flight delivery, and Basdale was adopted this approach to just occupy the crease.
Well, he's begging Basdale to play a shot.
Yeah, Basdale not taking the bait. Not going to be beaten too easily. Another flight to delivery.
And Basdale is allowing this to go by on the second day of the test match.
Yeah, mid-off and mid-on is inside the circle, so once he can get it over them, certainly will pick up a boundary.
So he plays across the line. This one going down the leg side. He got appeals, not out, says the umpire.
I think he's congratulating the fielder for doing the fielding there this time. Single on offer. Rifle throw from Chase. Batsman able to come through for 1. So 84 for 8.
So Rampasad yet to get in the wickets column. He's going to bowl to Siraj. And that's the end of his 4th over, none for 8. He would not be happy as he hasn't taken a wicket just yet.
So by the looks of it, Luke Harding would come back out at some stage as he's just getting ready. Khalil Mohammed with ball in hand. Bastio 9 from 52 deliveries. Mohammed from back over the wicket. More conventional stuff this time. Attacking shot is meted by some cheers from
ironic cheers.
Perez boys. Another flighted delivery. So he's gone back through and over. He's Mohammed.
Yeah, it's looking to confuse the batsman. He did that to Mentor. So he's now completed 3 successive maidens, taken 1 for none.
Excellent stuff by Khalil Mohammed.
So Presentation College Shogunas, they're in the title hunt as well, and they're playing against a weakened Naparima College team. So that's right across the road there at Lewis Street. We should get an update from that game pretty shortly. Imagine a Naparima College team without the likes of Ramdu, Mamchan, Fariz Ali, and Luke Ali.
Luke Ali is Presentation College Sanford Shogunas.
No, sorry, Rahul Ali.
Rahul Ali.
Who got 100 this season.
Yeah.
So they're missing those 4 players.
Is it all injuries?
Well, 3 injuries, and Ramdu was stopped from playing because of a protest by St. Mary's College that he did not make 50% attendance in school. Well, I think it had everything to do with the national duties that he was on, playing for, in the National Red Force trials, also in the Dream 11.
Yeah.
And Passat beating the edge again.
Siraj yet to get off the mark. Rampasad very slow through the air, getting some drift as well. So strong wind blowing across.
And Siraj is off and running.
I might just be tempted to bring back Jason Agard at this stage to really clean up things, mop up the tail, so to speak.
Yeah, I think that's a good option. Struck on the pad, not outchase the umpire. Yeah, Agard, one of your senior bowlers, should be back. Probably Agard and Chase.
Yeah, game just
To
meandering
wrap it up.
along at this stage. So off after 35 overs. It's 85 for 8 here at the Union Hall Park. This morning, Presentation College winning the toss and inserting the Benedict's team. And really only one score to make mention of. Josh Telemark right at the top of the order. He had 33. Couple of low scores in there. It's guiding this one out to backward point. Igard does the fielding. Good athletic work from the young man. This one is up in the air. Jalim is after it, and Jalim completes the
he
catch.
Don't drop catches, Nikhail Jalim. The guy takes catches in his sleep. So that's wicket number 9. And it's Mohammed again. Look at that catch there from Nikhail Jalim. He took a splendid catch in the interzone for South as well. So he has been really, really good in the outfield. I want to thank Kadir Mohammed for his extended spell this morning, and I think Keshav Bahadur Singh will be coming in to replace him. Kadir picks up his tools and runs to the back of the com box. So let me say very good morning to Keshav Bahadur Singh. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon indeed, Mr. Mamchan.
Oh, in fact, it's afternoon. I didn't know that.
Certainly a pleasure here to be in your company.
Yeah, well, 85 for 9. Harding is back. 2 deliveries he faced early on. He was struck in a very painful place. A place that you don't want to get struck at all.
Very sensitive indeed. I was just chatting
Must
with...
have happened to you as a cricketer.
Unfortunately, it did. More often than I would have liked, but you know.
It did happen to Gordon Pay as well, but not while he was batting, while he was bowling. Someone played a fierce drive back to him.
Khalid Mohammed here. 2 wickets and no runs thus far into his 4th over. So certainly has made a difference since he came into the attack for Presentation College.
Yeah, you know, he has really made an impact. Hasn't conceded a run yet. Jalim just making a change to the field. He's bringing the mid on a little squarer. In fact, the mid off for the left-hander. Jalim has led this team admirably this season, and he could well lead them to the title. He's bowled him! Khalid Mohammed taking 3 wickets without conceding a run, and I'm afraid it's 85 all out. Look at him again there, Mohammed. Well, Harding might have stayed indoors and he intended to go back and play a shot like that.
Seems like he was in a hurry to come back off the field with that shot there. Still some 15 odd overs were remaining in the innings, and he had an opportunity to bat the rest of them and put on a good score for his team, even carry them over the 100 mark. But Khalid Mohammed with 3 wickets for no runs. What a performance from him, and I'm sure he'll be looking to get those runs in no time when he opens the
Well,
batting.
he's going to open the batting. There's a race on between himself and his very prolific opening partner, that's Riyad Mohammed. So they're looking to see who will end with the most runs this season. But it's the end of the innings here. 85 all out, 4 wickets to Ricardo Chase, 3 wickets to Khalid Mohammed, and 2 to the skipper himself, Jalim, Nikhail Jalim. Excellent effort here by the Presentation College boys. As you can see, they're leaving the field, and they're probably going to have a little lunch break. Their groundsman, Roger, gives them a hearty round of applause as well. So we will take a break, and we'll be back with you shortly. So welcome back, and presentation. So welcome back. Presentation College chasing 86 to win and to win the title. The Paul Gen Secondary School's title. Well, I don't know. He's not their manager. He's not their coach. But he is responsible for presentation reaching as far as they have done, because you being a South man, you would have played schools cricket as well. For a couple of years, Presentation College Keshav, they were off the radar, and it was Carlisle Jalim who brought cricket back to the school. And you know, his son actually is the captain of the team, and today might be a very proud day for them. He was just telling me off air that one of the sponsors of this team has decided to give the school a duck for every duck they would have gotten, not when they batted, when the others batted. I think at last count he said he's at 24.
That's an excellent initiative, I must say. You know, good incentive for the players there as well as for the supporters. And as you rightly said, speaking with him this morning as well off air, he stated that the entire rehabilitation of this grounds was an effort by the parents, and a lot of investment was done by them to get cricket back going for Presentation College San Fernando. So good to see them, you know, having a great season here. And
well, given everything I've heard this season, you know, on and off the field with Presentation College, no better school deserves to win this title this year than Presentation College. Here's Sadanan. And Mohammed is hitting this. That's a mighty blow. Bang! Into camera one golden pair. There he is. He's on the ground. And that's 6 to start.
What an explosive start from Mohammed here. We expected nothing less, to be honest, Peter. We knew he was going to come
pairs on the ground. He has boasted that he played cricket for North, but he just couldn't catch that one. It had him on the floor. He's Sadanan again to Mohammed. He's driving. Beautiful shot through the cover so far. Well. 10 without loss. Khalid Mohammed could do no wrong.
Excellent cover drive there, showing his aggressive intent from the start, Mohammed. We expected nothing less. We knew he's going to come out guns blazing, and seems like Presentation want to get all of these runs here.
Sadanan. He is looking to the dressing room, probably needs something. First ball going over the head of Telemark and into the long on boundary for 6. It struck Gordon Pair on his head, unfortunately, and he took to the ground. Gordon Pair knocked out in south.
Evasive action taken by Mr. Pair, and thankfully he's all right.
Well, Coach Forgini giving some instructions, as you always do. After 2 deliveries, and looking back to the coach to find out what to bowl.
He seems to be bewildered here.
Yeah, the message goes to him via telemark. Mohammed is in a no-nonsense mood here. There's a battle between the Mohammed boys, not related of course, to see who ends as the leading scorer in secondary schools cricket. He's driving, not getting hold of this. And the mentor uses the long barrier. He gets a single.
I'd have missed out on that one. There seemed to be a full toss delivery, and after the first 2 being excellent shots, still getting a single. But Riyad Mohammed has been going extremely well on the other end. I think this has been the best opening batting partnership in the secondary schools league thus far.
By far they have been. So Riyad Mohammed comes into strike now. Told that Riyad Mohammed is 80 runs ahead of Khalid Mohammed, and they're only chasing 86. So Khalid will probably look to get 81 and give him 5.
Yeah, it seems so from ball 1. He didn't want to give him any chance here.
3 wickets for no runs from Khalid Mohammed and 11 of just 3.
Sadanan will be looking to try and get his line and length in an order here. First couple of deliveries haven't gone away for boundaries, could certainly offset any bowler. And Riyad Mohammed has been a pillar thus far for Presentation College in this batting. He has stabilized their innings. He has batted throughout, in fact, many of the innings getting to half centuries. And it's only right that he's the leading run scorer at this point in time. This one is played defensively into the offside, so great start there for Presentation College. 11 without loss after the first over.
Yeah, so pulling it back a bit there was Sadanan of his last 3 deliveries, and at the end of the over it's 11 without loss. You can see the Presentation College camp. Tariq Mohammed, the former captain who got them into the premiership, he's there with the current captain Nikhail Jalim. Ricardo Chase is also in there with them. So the Presentation College boys in the dugout, they'll be very happy with what they would have seen so far today.
Looks like Jaden John is going to be taking up the attack from the other end for Benedicts.
And let's see how Mohammed treats him. He's in a no-nonsense mood. Remember, they have 35 minutes of play to go, so probably about the next half an hour or so, and then they'll have lunch. I think what Khalid Mohammed is trying to do here is to make lunch at the end of the game.
Yeah, that will be the goal for sure.
Yeah.
And if he can get them closer to a target where, you know, the umpires might have some discretion to allow them to reach that, we'll see how it goes.
Because no rain threatening, only we got some rain in Saudi yesterday. Here's John. And this is whipped away. Beautiful shot. And it goes into the boundary now. In fact, over the boundary for 6. Over pitch delivery just came across Always.
Excellent shot again by Mohammed. What I've liked about his approach for all of his innings is that he plays cricket in strokes. He doesn't play across the line. He doesn't just swing his bat aimlessly. You know, he plays through the line of the ball, uses his wrist a lot, as we saw with that shot there. Very casually flicked for 6, showing his power as well.
Sammy's driving through the offside and over the infield, down to the backward point boundary for 4. 21 without loss. Mohammed is on 21 of 5 deliveries. What a shot there from the big man.
This gentle pace is certainly what he would be excited to face. Not much movement on offer either for the bowler, so really just throwing it up for Mohammed at this point and allowing him to free his hands easily.
Sammy's again going over mid-on, whipping it and not even moving. That's 4 more. 25 without loss. I think we're going to have an early end to this game. Khalid Mohammed is really enjoying himself here.
I'm sure he's mindful of that target of the 80 runs to pass his partner in the chase for the leading run scorer here.
That's on the threat. John, slow delivery. Mohammed drives through the offside. He should be pushing for 2, but he takes just 1. So 15 runs in this over so far. Riyad Mohammed is yet to get off the mark. It'll be fitting if these two can be there at the end. They have been really the ones responsible for getting their school to the title.
Played nicely in the offside there from Riyad Mohammed. He's taking a mindful approach, fully aware that his partner has scored a lot of runs in this over already. 15 runs coming off it. 5 deliveries from John.
Time he's driving into the covers.
End of the second over, 26 without loss. Fernando going very smoothly here. We've seen a bit of a pattern in the first two overs. Mohammed taking boundaries off the first two deliveries and taking a single later in the over to give strike to his partner Riyadh. Can hear some Tassa warming up in the background there. Seems like the celebrations are getting prepared.
Yeah, I think that the end is near.
Good Yorkish length delivery there from Sadanan. So pulling back from his first two deliveries that were carted away for 6 and 4 respectively.
So Sadanan continues and Mohammed is driving through the offside. It's going to go down to a wide-ish long off. Good collect there by Mentor. And they come back for 2.
Good running by the two batsmen there as well. Still showing urgency despite there being no rush in terms of the amount of runs required to balls ratio.
Mohammed wants to end this quickly here. Better delivery by Sadanan.
Well, we'll be mindful not to throw away his wicket as well. Playing very well with the aggressive shots, so just have to respect these good deliveries from Sadanan. Take advantage of the ones on offer.
Driving through backward point. That's 4 more. Given the width, and he's able to put it away. 32 without loss, and Mohammed is on 32.
It seems like every time he gets to flow the bat freely, there's a boundary being scored.
Well, Riyadh Mohammed will want to score at least 7.
I'm sure right now he just wants to get off the mark.
Yeah, just get off the mark and get the 7 runs, and he would have pipped him if he stays to the end by 1 run as the leading run scorer this year in secondary schools cricket. This time this is whipped away. Magnificent shot down to the boundary for 4 at mid-wicket. What a shot. Strong wrist.
Very elegant in his stroke play as well. I'll be amazed to see how he fares in a T20 game. if he's
Well, the
doing
intercall
this.
is coming up.
Yes.
And then after the intercall is the T10.
He's been playing so aggressive in 50 overs cricket. I think most of his innings, in fact, his strike rate has been above 100, closer to the 150 mark. So, sure he's going to transfer that into the shorter versions of the game.
So whilst they look for the ball, we take a short break. We'll be right back.
As you welcome back Kadir Mohammed here. Kadir, what are your thoughts on the start by presentation thus far?
Keshav, absolutely lost for words. Kadir Mohammed, 36 from 13 deliveries, really taking the attack to the Benedict's bowlers and not looking to stay out there too long. The intentions from him. He scored all 36 so far. And Riyadh Mohammed has been a bystander at the non-striker's end.
This is actually the first time Riyadh is going to face the first delivery of an over In fact, because the previous overs, Khalil would have taken the strike initially and then allowed, a couple deliveries for Riyadh at the end. So yeah, I'm sure he's excited to get off the mark here, facing a gentle medium pace from John.
Yeah, definitely. It's gone all pear-shaped for the Benedict's team. Perez just need 50 runs for victory. Just 3 overs gone, 36 without loss. I make that 12 runs per over.
Seeing a difference in the field setting, obviously, for Riyadh. Much more contained, all of the fielders inside the circle. As we saw initially at the start of the over, some of them were back on the boundary position, but being called up to try to restrict this Mohammed from scoring. A lovely drive there through the offside, getting a single. I think the quality of these batsmen, Kadir, is that even if you bring in the field and make it tight, they will find gaps, they will find angles, and they're also very good running between the wickets as well. So nothing would really prevent them from turning over the strike easily.
Yeah, I think these two complement each other quite well. Khalil Mohammed, obviously the enforcer, the brutalizer, who's going to take the attack. He's not going to hold back and playing his shots. And Riyad Mohammed just looking for those singles and looking to put away the bad deliveries, which is an excellent combo for an opening partnership. This one is just whipping again, and just a single. Anticlimax.
Indeed, he expected a boundary almost every time he played that shot. But as you rightfully noted, what an excellent partnership that they have had in terms of the balance. One attacking and one ready and poised to bat through the entire innings. They have such a great understanding of each other as well.
Yeah. And Mohammed is just whipping this one through the vacant mid-wicket area, and another boundary. So the onslaught continues by this two. Riyad Mohammed getting into the act this time. It's 42 without loss after 3.4 overs. Yes, you heard correctly. 42 in 3.4 overs. John, 1.4 overs, none for 21.
John certainly being taken advantage of here.
Yeah, confidence oozing out of these both batsmen. Scored heavily this season. Lovely looking drive again through the offside. And this one definitely deserved 4. Take a look at this again, Keshav.
It's a beautiful shot through the covers there, and I actually can see a wry smile from Riyad Mohammed on the pitch. He probably knows that his partner cannot pass him in terms of the leading run scorer race after that boundary. Consecutive boundaries, going up to 9 from 9, so showing his capabilities as well. Different type of player, but can still get the run scored, and it's so elegant to watch him bat.
Yeah. This time cutting away. Good fielding by Telemark at backward point. So after 4 overs, it's 46 without loss. Mohammed is 13. That's Khalil Mohammed. And his partner in crime, Riyad Mohammed, is 9. John, 2 overs, none for 25. So at this stage, Keshav, there's nothing much that you can do as a bowler. It's really your back up against the wall. Just 86th you're defending, and it's not much, in terms of containing these batsmen.
And the required run rate, as we see here, under 1 run at this point in time. Just 40 runs required from 276 balls. As you see, a change in the bowling here. We're going to see Telemark replacing the captain. Be interesting to see if he can get any different respect from this batsman, as thus far they have taken very easily to all of the bowling that they have faced.
Yeah, so Telemark. Left arm seamer. Just Telemark, full delivery. And single as the fielders on the 30-yard circle.
Even that single there, Kadir, was an example of how good the communication between this pair, because that ball was played almost straight to the fielder and he immediately took off running. I remember when Mohammed was interviewed after his 100 against Naparima College, you know, and he was asked about his understanding with Riyad Mohammed. He said it's the best batting partner he has. He said he feels so comfortable, and each time he's at the wicket, he doesn't even have to look at him. He doesn't even have to call him. You know, not encouraging our young cricketers out there to not call for the run, but at the same time, it's good to have that camaraderie and that understanding with your batting partner.
Yeah, definitely. And that would definitely stem from the partnerships, the amount of years they would have batted together. They would have developed an understanding. And, you know, just when you have that understanding with your partner, it's not much more of a call, it's just a look. And you go for the single. Wide delivery, slashing outside off stump. Can't get a single.
And he really wants to strike there. Almost reached down by the other end.
Yeah.
But again, reaching back safely to his crease. So good start from Telemark thus far.
Yeah, just bringing some sanity to proceedings. Telemark. Good delivery. Yorker length delivery. Well dug out by Riyad. A beautiful partnership, these two. Not much happening for the Benedict's bowlers. Telemark just 1 run conceded so far in the over.
Single there at the end of the over to keep the strike. 48 without loss after 5.
Just 38 required for victory for presentation team. And we see the happy faces in the dugout. And why not?
Certainly seem very relaxed there, and everyone smiles. It's rightfully so after a season of hard work and dedication in every game they would have done thus far. Good to see these young men reaping the rewards of all the effort they have put in. We have another bowling change on that end. Mentor is replacing John. I actually thought Mentor would have opened the bowling, Kadir. Just from looking at his stature, he seems to be good fast bowler.
And there we see the cooks getting the meals ready for the press boys. So not there yet. And Mikel Mentor, it'll be interesting to see how he goes. So Mikel Mentor certainly has the attributes, good attributes of a fast bowler. But
interesting action there.
Wide delivery. You're gonna have to reload that one. And Keshav, I must admit, the scent that is coming to our tent is getting me hungry.
It's very tempting indeed, I must say.
The aroma is wonderful.
I'm sure the batsmen out there are getting the scent as well. Hence, they're in a hurry to finish to go and eat some curry.
In a hurry to eat some curry. I'm sure our cameraman Corden Pierre is sharpening up his chops as well. He's just ensuring that a plate is coming his way. He said he's already put in his order. Uppish drive from Riyadh, bounces short of the cover fielder.
Was that the action? Yeah. The action coming here and doing so after. And he's bigger and strong, so if you get a ball, she makes sure it's team.
A bit of a suspect bowling action. I make it from Mikel Mentor. I'm sure he would have some work to do with his coach, Amin Forgini.
Possibly the reason why we didn't see him opening the attack. That one is a wide delivery going down the leg side. Keeper couldn't take it. They get one and they come back for two, and they'll get it very comfortably in the end. So good running a game by these batsmen here, not leaving anything to chance and playing too comfortably, taking the runs for granted.
Yeah, excellent running by these two. So 52 without loss, halfway through the 6th over.
Playing to the offside there.
So Khalil Mohammed a bit starved of strike so far after his onslaught. A couple of the presentation boys just getting refreshed and taking in the lovely breeze. Nail Mohammed and Eden Ratcha. Down the leg side once more, wide signal by umpire Sicharan.
Really wouldn't want to be giving away all these extras here, Kadir. I don't think a run has been scored off Mento in this over off the bat. In fact, everything has been wide, so 5 wides thus far coming off this over, and the rest being dot deliveries.
Yeah, another shot at the joyous faces in the camp of the presentation team. Another drive for no run. Mohammed is eager to get back on strike. He wants a piece of Mento. Two contrasting dugouts.
Indeed, Coach Fortuny in the spotlight there. Stalwart for Benedict. That one is flicked into the leg side.
I tell you what, Riyad Mohammed is pinching the strike from Khalil Mohammed. At the end of the over, we're going to have a double change. It's going to be Vinud Mamchan and the principal of the Presentation College San Fernando team, Mr. Dexter Mitchell, to take you through.
Thanks a lot, Keshav and Kadir. Good afternoon to all our viewers as we continue this coverage here at the Union Park, is it?
Union Hall.
Union Hall Park, and there you can see the principal of one of the most prestigious schools in this country, Presentation College San Fernando, Dexter Mitchell, and I'm sure you're very happy with what you're seeing out there.
Yes, I'm elated. You know, the boys have done pretty well for this season, and we look sure to lift the trophy in a few minutes.
But you must be very happy overall because, you know, I don't know if it's coincidence, but your entry into Presentation College was led to revival of cricket. At the same time, because Presentation cricket was off the radar for quite a while, and then all of a sudden, cricket started to grow. You got into the Premiership, and more than that, now today you will be crowned champions.
Yeah, 2017 was a defining year for us when we won the championships and emerged, you know, entry into the Premiership League. And I think what we are seeing here today is really the culmination of years of planning and hard work.
And obviously, there would have been some parents coming to you, or those interested in cricket coming to you as the principal, looking to get cricket back on the map in terms of what presentation has to offer. And kudos to you that you would have given them that hearing, you would have worked together with them to get to this point. How valuable is these extracurricular activities, and cricket in this case, how valuable is that for the students at your school?
Well, as the world changes and, people are moving away from some of the traditional careers, sports and culture, those are some of the areas that we have to definitely look at. The decline in oil revenue, saturation of some of the traditional, careers, medicine, law, engineering. I always say that the sportsmen, they make much more money than those of us who are purely academics. And Presentation College, we are nurturing the new generation, towards these careers.
And of course, the presentation also did well in the secondary schools football league. It says whipped away by Mohammed, down through mid wicket into the boundary for 4, and that'll take the score up to 60 without loss. Khalid Mohammed and Riyad Mohammed have been two standout players this season.
Yes, very outstanding opening batsmen. I'm very proud of them. Very mature at the wicket, and they have been consistent throughout the season.
And just give us a feedback as to in school, are the kids there following the progress of the cricket team?
Yes, they are. As they follow the progress of all our various sporting disciplines. Cricket this term has really taken off, and I can say that our cricketers have the full support of all students and staff at the college.
That's wonderful indeed. The cricketers, of course, are doing their college proud, and week in, week out, you see Presentation College hitting the headlines for the right reason.
Yes,
and that's so important.
Very, very important. And some of these players are also on the national, various national teams as well.
So Presentation College will be the giants of secondary schools in a few moments. This delivery rushes on to Mohammed, and there's a misfield at mid-wicket. He gets 1, and that's all he will take at this point. He goes on now to 43, and we have speaking with us here the principal of Presentation College, Dexter Mitchell. And I was told by the boys, we were going down to James Park recently. I was told by the captain of this team, Nikhail Jalim, that you make a long trek from even further from James Park every day into San Fernando.
Yeah, well, I live at Chatham, which is part of the Cedros Peninsula. So I make the trek every day from Chatham to San Fernando.
Wow, how long does it take?
Roughly between an hour and 15 to 20 minutes with good traffic. With the possible reopening of the highway later this year, it will be much less.
Yeah, well, we hope that that happens quickly. Now, there's a discussion here. We have reached the lunch break, and the umpires are indicating to the management that they may be coming off for lunch. Will they then take the extra period? Well, the coach of St. Benedict's College, unfortunately, has called his players off. So that's the lunch break, 61 without loss. And both teams will then have their lunch. We'll be back after about half an hour's time. But just wrapping up our conversation with the principal of Presentation College, Dexter Mitchell. And, this win by Presentation College, what would that do for the student community in Presentation College?
Well, coming at a time when we are celebrating our 75th anniversary, this year is 75 years from 1948 to 2023, and I think it will do a lot for us. We have won in football, we have done excellent even in badminton this year, and But this is the first time we are lifting the Premiership trophy, and I think it comes at the appropriate time for us as a college community after 75 years.
Well, congratulations on that milestone, and congratulations on becoming champions of the Paul Jane Secondary Schools Cricket League. We want to thank you for being with us, and we want to wish your school continued success. Your leadership has been exemplary at that school. We want to congratulate you.
Okay, and thank you very much.
Well, you've heard it there from the principal of Presentation College. A very happy man today, as the Prez just about 25 runs away from lifting the Paul Jane Secondary School's title. We had the lunch break here, and we take a short break. We'll be right back. All ready? Well, welcome back after lunch here. And he's bowled him! Khalim Mohammed. I don't know what he ate for lunch, but he was going along fine. Bowled for 43, and with just 25 required to win the title, win the match and the title, Khalim Mohammed pelts what we call a wild whoop and goes. He's gone for 43, and that dismissal has silenced the fans here, the Presentation College fans. As I say, good afternoon once more to Keshav Bahadur.
Good afternoon, Vino, and to all of our followers here. Very irrational shot there from Mohammed. He seems set to go onto a 50 and to bat to the end to bring his team home. Just 25 runs left, as you said. You know, no real reason for that shot, but just continuing in his vein there, being attacking, signaling to the oncoming batsman that there would have been some movement or some drift on the ball. But
well, I actually saw him signal as if it's moving in and out, but he only faced one delivery after lunch. And Siraj, it was his first delivery. Normally that happens when the batsman knows that he played a bad shot. He will tell you it was a magnificent ball.
of course, and thinking that it's a new bowler as well, he could have at least watched a couple deliveries before going into that aggressive mode.
Well, that's the way Mohammed plays, you know. He goes very first ball in the innings, he struck for 6. That's the way he plays. And I guess it has brought him a lot of success this season as well. So congratulations to Perez and him, because I don't see Perez losing this game from this point onwards. Just to bring you up to date with what's happening in the other match, that's Naparima College against Presentation Chuguanas. Presentation Chuguanas 218 all out, and Naparima about to begin their reply. Siraj striking with his first delivery after lunch, and he's into Ramsaran. Ramsaran is keeping it out. I think with Mohammed not being there, the game will be, it will prolong a bit. Ramsaran hitting the tooth.
Very good over thus far from Siraj. Nice leg spin. Good loop on the ball when he delivers as well.
Very good delivery, right on spot, and a maiden over from Siraj at the end of 8 at 61 for 1. Appreciated by Coach Amin Forjini.
Some instructions coming there from Coach Fortuny, trying to get the troops rallied. Build some momentum here, coming from that first maiden wicket over after the lunch interval.
Press boys, just waiting for the inevitable. Thanks to a host of sponsors here. Bird Sports Center, who's been serving Trinidad and Tobago's cricket for quite a while. Central Farms, Ronald Gopal Products, of course, top importer of food items and distributor, RG Products. Of course, UPSL. Good afternoon to Shabi Rally. Also Keith Khan, the booksellers there in San Fernando.
Scorer. What are them? What are
So it's going to be Bastille to get a ball.
Two new bowlers here after the lunch break, after we saw Telemac bringing back the game nicely for Benedict right before that interval. Some tight overs in that spell. Mento with a questionable action in that one over. I think he bowled about 5 wides in that over with no run coming off the bat.
I think he bowled 6 no balls.
Yes, indeed.
Well, I was speaking to one of the officials and he was saying since the age of 13 he has been using that suspect action, and I think by now the coaches should have corrected that. Riyad Mohammed will want to be there at the end. He's a leading run scorer in secondary schools cricket now.
Looks like a very gentle medium pace here, so nothing to really offset Mohammed, who's been an established batsman for Prez as well as for South Zone this season.
Mohammed will be angry when he didn't put away that. It was really a bad delivery. Full and wide. Nice stop there by Sadanan. So they're fighting back here. Benedict. I think the horse has bolted a long time, but they're fighting back. This is good to see. They haven't given up. Remember, the target is just 86.
Another good feeling effort there. Certainly the momentum shifting to Benedict, even though, as you rightfully said, it's merely a matter of time before Prez gets those remaining 25 runs. But good to see this bit of effort being put in by these young cricketers.
Mohammed can't get him away again. Bad feeling there by Mentor. And he's holding his knee.
Took him a while to get down to the ground, actually.
I think he's alright.
Tall guy there, that's probably making the most of it.
So Mohammed will keep the strike. It's 62 for 1. We've had 2 overs since the resumption, where Prez has lost a wicket and scored just 1 run. Some of the fans, the Presentation College fans.
Very good to see the support for these young cricketers. I remember back in my day when my mom would have been at every game watching unhappily, and it's really refreshing to know that these cricketers have that support from their family and from their friends, coaches, teachers alike.
Well, there you can see Mr. Mohammed, that's Tariq's Mohammed dad. He helps a lot here in the preparation of this venue. So Benedict's the last 14 deliveries, just 1 run coming.
Sierra just going well with his leg spin. Nice line and length. Good flight as well, so not giving much on offer for the batsman to play any extensive shots.
So Mohammed I think he's playing carefully here. He doesn't want to not be there when the winning run is scored.
Yes, he's always shown his sensible ability in batting throughout the season. That one is driven lovely across the ground there. Looks like he'll get all 4 runs. Exquisite cover drive.
Beautiful shot. Nothing better than seeing a left-hander drive through the covers. And there he was. Lovely shot there by Mohammed. So just 20 to get now. Mohammed takes his personal score to 17. So Mohammed will also use this as good batting practice. He's South opener. They have a big clash in the Point Lisa Steel Products Interzone under 19 semi-finals. He's driving again, punching more than anything else. And the fielder holds it up just before it reaches the ropes. So he'll be opening the batting for South on Thursday when they come up against North Addy in Chanali Park in Bristol.
That's going to be a big clash for sure. I love the intensity and the level of competitive nature in the cricket in the zonal tournament thus far. I mean, even from looking at the North-South Under 15 Classic just a couple of weeks ago, that game came down to the final over, and these young cricketers, there were 50 scored from the South team, there was 100 scored by a member from the North team, and they showed that from a young age, they can bat long, they can play good innings, and it was really good to see that for Trinidad and Tobago cricket. Unlike on the weekend where we have Sunil Narayan bowling 7 overs, 7 maidens for 7 wickets.
And still he couldn't take Queen's Park to victory. 13 wickets in the match.
It really says something either our batsman can't play spin or Sunil is bowling something that no one has
really
seen before.
So it's going to be past Dale.
Pulling a consistent line and length again, not too much pace or movement or any variations with this, keeping the ball in line with the stumps.
I think that's what is helping him, that he has no pace on the ball really.
I mean, the breeze is actually moving to his advantage there. Ball is so slow that we saw that one start outside off and move closer to the leg stump where it landed. Master again, this delivery, really defensively by Ramsaran. He's keeping his eyes on the ball, nothing too rash. Knows that Riyad Mohammed at the other end can easily get the remainder of runs, but I'm sure Ramsaran will want to contribute and come on not out with his partner. Some wide delivery there. Left by Ramsaran. No need to play at those shots or do anything rash at this point in time. There's 17 runs remaining. Waiting on the ball to return to the bowler. Some of the fielders were just kicking it around there in a joking manner, but pass to again, Ranzine. This one a bit fuller, driven into that short position in the offside, no run again, so Ramsaran just being mindful here, not really looking to play anything out of the ordinary. Also not looking for any quick singles. Strong offside feel. was left though, and seems like he was expecting a wide there, but nothing given by the umpire. So end of a good over from Bastio. 2 overs, none for 2. And the strike will be returned to Riyad Mohammed on the other end. As we might see Siraj continuing with his leg spin. Just observing the captain, looking at his field placings here. Siraj continues in the attack. As flighted, Mohammed comes forward and plays it defensively down the track. Another change in the field placing. Flighted and driven straight down. So just 17 runs remaining. What do you think Fernando will be looking to do here in terms of the rest of runs to get?
I think what's happening is Mohammed does not want to get out. So you really have to get a bad ball to put it away. Ramsaran has really struggled since coming in. 11 balls for it. It hasn't yet gotten off the mark. But there's absolutely no pressure on the presentation batsmen because their bowlers did so well.
You see a quick single there taken, good run in between the wickets to just rotate the strike, and that's one thing about Mohammed. He can bat 5 dot deliveries in an over, but he always looks to turn over the strike. So we've seen a good initiative there because Ramsaran will have to face up to the leg spinner. Right-handed batsman, the leg spinner would be excited at this opportunity. He's seen a googly in his arsenal as well, so it has some variations to change. This one flighted and played into the leg side, pushing hard for one. Looks like they'll come back for the second. I must say the outfield out there is very quick as well, you know. Kudos to the Presentation College ground staff in terms of preparation of the pitch. It's one of the best batting wickets I've seen, in fact. Flighted again and driven back on the ground. No run this time.
He's bowling similar to Mohammed.
Very similar indeed. I think if Karim Mohammed just stayed 1 or 2 balls, he would have enjoyed this. Just waited for that delivery that would have been slightly over pitched but in his arc, and he might have been over by now.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, he would have murdered that bowling.
He'd be ruined that missed opportunity. I think he still has his pads on, in fact, as he's in the tent, holding on to that flag, waiting to run on for the celebrations.
Yeah, he's that kind of guy.
As you see our cameraman picking up the flag here. Presentation College Lions, as they are known with the football team as well, have always been dominant in the footballing aspects, but cricketing not so much in recent years. So it's very good to see the cricket come back to the forefront, and again down to the hard work and dedication of the parents, Mr. Jalim, as well as a couple of the others, you know, who have invested their time and energy into getting these cricketers a proper ground to play on, proper facilities. And the entire management has certainly been commendable, how they treat with their supporters, how they treat with their students, their fans. You know, kudos to them for an excellent job this season thus far.
Well, I'm going to leave you now in the capable hands of Kadir Mohammed, and that's 4 runs. Bad bit of fielding there by Teddy Makat Midoff. He actually went over that one, and that's into the boundary for 4. More thoughts from Kishar Maharouj.
Yes, thank you very much for your time, Vinud. Lovely drive there from Riyad Mohammed all along the ground. One of the most elegant shots you can see. Either that straight drive or that cover drive. This one is wide, very wayward there from Bastio. 8 for 1. 12.2 overs. Strong winds again here. This one going on the leg side. It's flicked. Looks like it will run away close to the boundary but not quite reaching to the rope. So settling for 1 there, Riyad Mohammed, as I welcome back Kadir. Kadir, how was your lunch?
Yeah, good afternoon, Kishav. It was wonderful. Had some curry. Something about curry in the Southland always tastes different.
There's no better feeling like home.
Just 7 required for Presentation College San Fernando in what would cap off an excellent season for these boys.
Nice looking drive there from Ramsaran, but not finding the gaps too easily. So again, no real pressure on him to do that. So might as well just, as they say, take a knock in these circumstances.
Yeah.
7 runs needed, and again, no pressure on Prez in terms of having to win by any specific margin. It's just the victory that they're looking for, and at this point, victory is all but guaranteed.
Yeah, definitely. No need to do anything rash. No need to throw away a wicket at this stage. Just 7 required. They play the situation, pick up the runs on offer. And Mohammed, of course, we've been there from the start, 24 years. And certainly him and Khalil Mohammed really took the game away early on from the Benedict's boys.
Mohammed continuing his rich vein of form. I believe last week for South he scored a half century plus as well. So every single game he has played in thus far for the season, he has showed, you know, his mettle and his worth to bat long, to bat deep into the innings and carry whichever side he is playing down to the end.
Yeah, definitely. Had some good scores. Mohammed, I think he scored 92 last week for Presentation against, I think it was Shiva Boys. So he's in a rich vein of form. He's carrying his bat. And as a batsman, he wants to capitalize on that purple patch, as we call it. So the end of Bastille's over after 13. Presando, 79 for 1, requiring just 7 more for victory.
So as the fielding captain in this situation, Kadir, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, to win from here is certainly a huge mountain to climb, but I mean, to just make these hard runs as difficult as possible for these batsmen. Just try to frustrate them a bit with some tight bowling, good fielding. I mean, that's all that you can do at this stage. The game is all but gone.
One of the main things I think too is for these youngsters to keep their head up high, you know. It can be very daunting to know that you're at the bottom of the table and being beaten by the league leaders. But at the same time, you know, to come out here and still put in that effort every game is commendable itself. So
Yeah.
just to keep on improving on each aspect, learn from the mistakes that they would have made today.
Yeah.
Try to identify the areas where they can come back next season or even in the T20 and T10 formats and have a better showing overall.
Yeah, definitely. I was listening to the Benedict's coach, and he was saying there's a lot of youngsters in the 11 for this game. So, I mean, that's a positive going forward. You know, having young men playing this level of cricket can only make them better. So, I mean, that's the positive thing. And definitely have to look forward to next season, try to regroup and come again with a improved performance. Ramsaran pinching a single in the leg side.
We're hearing all of the fans and supporters counting down the runs remaining to win there. Just 5 runs needed, and you can see some movement along the sides where flags are being prepared. Everyone's on the edge of their seats just waiting for this victory to come. Well played by Riyad, another great single there. Again showing his ability to play it just to the side of the fielder and take off immediately. You know, you see it so often in limited overs cricket, and in fact sometimes you don't see it enough, because many times these batsmen, they just look to score freely in terms of wherever the gaps are or hitting boundaries. But to play this game in the modern version, you really have to look to score in any opportunity you get. If
I'll
the
tell you
bowler
what.
is bowling good, you know.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kishav, that's a skill, eh? It's definitely a skill to pick the gaps, to use your wrists know when to break your wrist. Play it later, play it earlier, to the left of the fielder, the right of the fielder. Definitely takes a lot. It takes a lot of hard work.
As
to
we
do
can
that.
see here from Ramsaran, exactly as you said, Kadir, you know, he's playing some good shots, some nice strokes, but unable to really play the ball to the gap or even play it in that manner to get a single with the shot. So a skill that I believe modern day coaches should certainly incorporate in these young cricketers, and sometimes we can even see it in West Indies,
Yeah.
where, you know, they don't really convert as they should, and it goes down to our downfall. I mean, if you look at England, New Zealand, Australia, India, these teams in the test format, sometimes you can't tell if it's a 50 overs or not,
Yeah.
because, you know, they're always keeping the runs going. I think Brendan McCullum in England has certainly been a revelation. You know, since he has taken over their batting coaching, it's amazing how they have reformed themselves. We see persons who come through the English setup who may not have played before at that level, and they are filtering in with ease. You know, a lot of confidence, a lot of aggressive batting at the top with proper cricketing shots.
Yeah. I think what lends to that is the comfort that the coach gives, you know, in you going out there and playing your natural game. And it's always a huge bonus when the coach instills a lot of confidence in you as a player. They really back your ability and your skill and what you know you can do.
Yes, and McCullum being an aggressive batsman himself, you know, no better person than to show that.
So just one hit away from victory. Wide delivery.
Mohammed missing out there. He would have loved to hit that one down to the boundary for 4 runs and hit the winning runs. I wonder if Benedict has a ploy to let the winning runs go in extras. Just to take away that bit of glory from Mohammed. I mean, it's totally well deserved.
Oh. Appeal is going up. Nothing doing from umpire. Singh. Buster is gonna have to try harder to get this wicket of Mohammed.
I think there's no better person to hit those winning runs as well once he does get it. Ideally, he would have loved his partner there with him and no numbers in that wicket column, but unfortunately that's how the game goes. This one is played straight back. Bowler getting a hand to it there. Looked like he may have hurt his finger. Just a single for Mohammed.
Yeah, drilled pass. Bowler.
The bowler seems to be walking off the field here without informing the umpire. I think he's just asking him to hold on a second.
Yeah, definitely doing something to his finger. Sit back hard by Riyad Mohammed. And the young Basdeo needs some attention.
Let's hope
Someone
it's
is going to
nothing.
have to finish off his over.
Let's hope it's nothing too serious there. He did a good job, Bastio,
Yeah.
coming in. You can see how young he is just from his stature. And, you know, again, kudos to these young guys. Still showing that fighting spirit down to the last couple of runs here, as the captain will take over the reins and he will look to try and finish this over strong. Just too needed, so really anything can happen at this point.
Well, it's Ramsaran on strike with 2 required for victory. 3 balls remaining in this over. I'm gonna put you on the spot here, Keshav. Do you think they're gonna go for the winning runs in this over?
I think given Ramsaran's stay at the crease thus far, he might probably look to battle this over and maybe let Riyad Mohammed strike the winning runs. If he can get a single, then sure, because there'll still be one left for Riyadh to, take that victory. But as rightfully said, it doesn't seem that he's in any hurry. He doesn't want to play anything outside of those V's.
Yeah.
Keeping it right underneath his eyesight,
Right on cue, Keshav. Well, the field all inside for Ramsaran. There's 2 deliveries remaining in the over. This one he's guiding, can't get it past. Man in that slip.
The irony there, if that ball passed that man and slip Kadir, that was the game.
I would not want to be that man at this stage.
Would have been a very anticlimactic shot as well, Ideally here, I would love to see Riyad Mohammed get the strike and hit a cover drive for 4 or a straight drive for 4 in his usual fashion, End it off the way he started the season.
Well, they're spreading the field now. So they're asking Ramsaran to pinch the strike. They're giving him an easy single.
And we see Riyad Mohammed instructed the Benedict's bowler there not to bowl anything to give him any extras. Oh, and he does just that. It's a wide.
So
and Riyad Mohammed sends him back. It's a very enjoyable cricket there from these youngsters.
He's not going. He's not moving from the non-strikers, and he wants to finish it off, Riyad Mohammed, and I like this approach from the young man. Hitting the winning runs for his team.
He's upset with the opening bowler. How could you do that? How could you bowl an extra at this point in time when I want to hit the winning runs? I mean, it's so good to see them having that friendship on the field as well.
Yeah.
Of course, these cricketers will know each other from zonals and club level and, just through the school arena. So, very good to see that spirit.
Well played by Ramsaran. So at the end of Sadanand's, Sadanand finished the last 3 balls of the over. And it's on to Riyad Mohammed to...
All the excitement is ready to erupt here. It's like a volcano waiting to burst, Kadir.
There we
with
see
the
all the
supporters.
players and staff on the boundary line just looking to burst out there. But Riyad Mohammed with the task of finishing off this game and capping off the season for Presentation College San Fernando.
Riyad Mohammed refusing a single on that last ball as well, and it's only fitting, as I said. I think his partner would have no complaints either, with the season that Riyad has had. By all means.
So Jaden John, new bowler from the southern end. Riyad Mohammed on strike, 1 required to win. Drilled through the offside, and there we go. Victory for Presentation College San Fernando, and the celebrations begin here at Union Hall. There we have it. Champions of the Premiership Division. Congratulations to Presentation College San Fernando. Keshav, jubilant scenes here.
What an amazing victory for Presentation College San Fernando, and just as I wish, Kadir, a cover drive for 4 from Riyad Mohammed to win the game and title for them.
Yeah, an absolutely brilliant performance throughout the entire season. They've gone 8 games unbeaten and deserved champions of this Premiership division. And just look at these boys celebrate. It means the world to them. And what better way to finish it off? Riyad Mohammed, an excellent season he's had for them. Really, the stalwart in the batting together with his partner in crime, Kaleem Mohammed. And commiserations to St. Benedict's College. They tried their best, but on this day could not stop the Presentation team from claiming victory. So they got to their victory target with just 1 wicket down. And fantastic scenes here. And we see shots of the coaching staff, the principal with flag in hand, Mr. Dexter Mitchell, as well as the parents and well-wishers ground staff, and everyone who's been involved in this amazing ride.
I think that picture there on the screen says it all, Kadir, you know. Apart from the amazing effort on the field by these boys with the bat and the ball and in the field in terms of their diving around and all of those efforts, it has certainly been a collaboration of the teachers, the principal, as we see him holding the flag very proudly, you know. Obviously, it's a school day and he's here showing that support for his team, letting them know that they have his backing. And it's so refreshing as a student cricketer to know that you have all of this encouragement around you, you know. The families that would have been here every single game, all of the moms who would have been screaming their sons' names while they were making runs, taking wickets. It's certainly very overwhelming, and you know, it's warming to the hearts as well to see everyone here in this moment.
Yeah, definitely. So the boys are celebrating, and why not? And we see all the fans and parents and teachers streaming out onto the pitch to celebrate with the boys from Presentation College San Fernando. So they've coveted a really prestigious thing by winning this championship, Keshav, and I'm sure this is definitely going to resonate for a long while with the entire school.
Yes, Presentation College San Fernando taking the championship title, premiership title, as I should say. And really and truly, it has been a wonderful season for them. Totally well deserved. There's no two ways about it. They have played their hearts out. They have done everything they can. They have done everything they should. And in this instance, you know, it's just rewards for their effort put in. As we see here, and just a glimpse at the Benedict's camp. A bit down and, you know, sad after that performance, but at the same point in time, it's just to keep on working and for all of the youngsters there to not be too dismayed by this, but know that they have more years of cricket to play and just look for their best efforts as they continue.
Yeah, well, definitely well said from Keshav. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, and all you viewers. Presentation College San Fernando crowned premiership winners of the 2023 Secondary Schools Cricket League Division. And what a performance it was throughout the season, 8 games and going all unbeaten. So on behalf of the entire production team, Matthew Rajaram, Jason Prasad, Vinud Mamchan, myself Qadir Mohammed, Keshav Bahadur Singh, and our cameraman Gordon Pierre, we'd like to thank you for your continued support, and we look forward to your viewership in the future.